time. Welcome back, everybody, to another episode. I really got to nail down what I'm going to decide to start calling those things because it's getting weird. Technically, for you guys, it's the same thing. It's both episode and session 22 of the Moonrise campaign. So welcome back. We're running a little bit late because life happens. But to account for that, let's just get right into it. It sounded like Kyle was going to give us our recap this week. So, Kyle.
Why, yes. Excuse the food. So, last session, the party gracefully continued during the combat. And by gracefully, I mean full retreat mode. Basically, everybody kind of in a little pickle dealt with their own situation at hand and then started helping each other get away. A strong combo was found between Kenna's can't think of the spell name right now.
Plant growth.
But making everything plant growth. I was gonna call it overgrowth, but same thing. And black spherical storm from Edelweiss can do a heck of a number on somebody. And did on one of the big ones. Sorry, I swallowed really, really fast to try and do this.
Breathe.
Yep. Close calls were still had. Nikolai had to escape. One that was up in his grill. And on our retreat, a giant boulder slapped Lars in the head, knocked him uncon. Only by the gracefully of a natural 20 on his death saving throw, he came back and managed to get out on his own. But everyone escaped alive. And we pulled back to the camp, being able to outrun the pursuers, and grabbed what gear was necessary, and decided to make way back to the Druid caves, or Druid tunnels, up in the mountains. Mm-hmm. Thus, the party had a intense, heartfelt conversation of multiple emotions. And everyone going to bed kind of at odds with each other, or at least in groups. We start this session off at that long rest.
Mm-hmm. Very good. You may take your inspiration points. All 3 of them.
Thank you.
Does anybody else have anything else to add?
There was a rather cryptic glimpse into the future that Nikolai did that showed sometime in the future, over days and weeks, the duchy and then the kingdom as a whole being raised. So that's fun.
Mm-hmm. That was indeed a thing. Speaking of which, don't forget you have got 2 points of exhaustion, Nikolai, which will be reduced to 1.
I am well aware.
Okay.
Yay.
Well, without any further ado, we start today's session off with everyone, regardless of how well they rested, the rest coming to an end. For most of you, being Kenna, Nikolai, and Edelweiss, back down in the first rest stop area that you entered into when finally navigating the Druid tunnels. As expected, it's not the most comfortable place in the world, but it was safe, it was warm. And you come to, Nikolai, your joints ache. You've got a little bit of a little tiny bit of a migraine trying to fight its way in. And you're not sure if it's just from the exertion of the day before or from the severe amount of exhaustion you pushed on yourself. Not entirely positive, but you felt better. However, somewhere deeper and further into the mountain, having scaled quite high, Moldahain and Gwyn, you both passed out in yet another smaller rest stop area after having had a couple of drinks, mostly on Gwyn's part. Between the two of you, I would like for you to roll Constitution checks.
Oh. That's good. That's a good chase.
Yeah. Ryan. Giggly boy.
Check or save?
Check.
Okay.
3.
12.
I took a couple of sips.
That's real funny. That's real funny. You know, it wasn't so much the alcohol that did to you, it was just the exhaustion from the day before.
The
You know,
bump on
the
head.
running and trying to survive trying to survive. Really took its toll on you. And then, of course, the
You did
mental
lose a lot
exhaustion
of
afterwards. But up in this small cavern that you guys are in, Gwyn, against some kind of odds, you're the first to wake up.
Mhm.
But as you slowly do, you're kind of in that haze between finally kind of waking up where all of your senses are coming back to 100%. And it's when you notice, first, it is your sense of smell that tells you someone else is in the cavern. And then when that sort of feeds to your brain and floods you with adrenaline because it doesn't smell like someone familiar, that your eyes and everything else awaken. And this individual is currently squatting right in front of you. Like, they are no more than a foot away from your face, just kind of staring at you and Moldahain, who are just slumped up against the wall.
Can I sleep in any of my other forms? Or when I fall unconscious, do I immediately revert back to my human form?
No, you could sleep in any of your other forms.
Yeah. Gwen was sleeping, I think I said last session, at least after stream ended, that I was going to be sleeping as a big pupper, so as a direwolf.
Oh, okay. Real big pupper.
Is
Okay.
Portia here?
Yeah, Posh. Yeah, I said that Portia was with me. Yeah, as well.
Portia, wake up first.
Don't recognize the face or the figure at all.
It's not anybody you've seen in the last couple of months.
Eyes open, ears go back, hackles go up.
Calm now. It's all right. It's unusual to see other types in here.
Defensive curl around Moldahain. Maybe there's a back foot trying to kick him awake.
Moldahain, if you've ever just like cuddled with a dog, you know, sometimes how they stretch out in a paw just sort of like pushes up against one of your appendages and they become stronger than steel when that happens, and you're sort of forced to bend to its will. Now imagine that dog is the size of a horse, and it's doing that too. So Moldahain, you just get this big dog paw just right up against your abdomen, and it's just kind of pushing you until eventually you're kind of getting it's like you're comfortable. Breathing's getting a little tricky. Hang on, kind of a sty in the side. Yeah, it gets uncomfortable real quick.
What does this person look like?
Funny, you should ask that. In front of you is a woman with red hair that looks to be in braids. She has some sort of either ash or face paint smeared over her. And she's got bright white tattoos in certain places, most noticeably which they look like 3 feathers or like marks of fire on her forehead, in a line that runs up from her neck all the way up to her chin, over her lips to her nose. She has lime green eyes, which stand out to you, and she doesn't smell like a city person that you've ever seen, let alone look like one.
Does she have teeth in her hair?
She does, along with a couple of other fetishes that belong to creatures, such as a bird skull. There are a couple of various teeth and fangs, some other just small bones, probably 2 to 3 inches in length.
Hmm. And she doesn't seem to be hostile at all?
Not in the least bit. Like I said, she sat squatting in front of your head and is just kind of like watching you kind of inquisitively.
Hmm. And has she moved at all since I woke up?
Nope.
Oh, not yet. A couple more minutes.
Oh, he's alive. Unless they thought you had taken him for food.
Have you ever heard a dog do something that almost sounds like a laugh?
Yep.
Imagine.
Mhm.
Horse dog laugh.
Gwen will... how tall is this individual?
You can't quite tell. Like I said, they're squatting.
Mm-hmm.
They were, like I said, they were kind of at eye level with you, given you're a direwolf.
Mm-hmm.
They don't look either too short or too tall. So you think when they straighten themselves up, they'll be somewhere between like 5, 6, and 6 feet, somewhere in the middle.
Yeah. Gwen drops back down to her human form. Lars, your pillows go away. And sort of stands up. I hope we're not intruding. We were just looking for a place to stay the night.
Oh, no, it's fine. To be quite honest with you, it's not often I see other types in here, let alone types such as yourself, but if you know how to get in, then you probably have friends.
I guess you could call him that. What's your name?
Oh, you can call me Skyla.
Skyla. Gwen. This is, Morahain.
Morahain.
Is he still passed out?
No, he's waking up. He's awake as Ryan wants him to be.
Yeah.
He's just like, he knows what's going on, but he's just like staring at a wall constantly, just trying to get his brain into gear.
Gwen, like, kicks him a little bit, lightly. Hop to, soldier. You've got company.
He sort of like hunches up and grabs his rifle and just sort of sits up a bit better and just leans back.
So is there a door around here that we don't know about, or another?
Oh, well, several. These tunnels are very long. They go on for miles and miles.
Gwen looks around. Does it look like there's any evidence of anyone else in the room, or had been in the room?
Make a perception check.
Natural 20.
You
For
look,
a total of 23.
You look, you listen, and you smell. There is no evidence of anyone else having been in here recently, except for this individual who has left very clear footprints that has a very distinct smell.
You're traveling alone.
Aye. Most of my kind do when they're out on their journeys.
So what brought you here?
Well, it's kind of difficult to explain to outsiders, but I suppose that my full title would be Puer Skyla, which in common kind of sounds a bit like apprentice or second. I am supposed to take over the warden title in my clan, but I need to finish my journey first. I am currently on it, and my clan has a truce with the clans here in these mountains to use them for travel.
But what brought you here? She sort of gestures to the room that we're in.
Oh, well, I could smell you. It was actually she'll point to the bottle. It was actually the drink.
Sharp senses.
Oh,
Yes?
do we smell bad?
To me? Yes. Maybe to the normal person coming through, not so much.
Yeah.
Well, would you look at that?
Well,
Where are you going on here?
I'm heading north.
North.
Yes, there are some herbs I need to acquire. And then from there, I'm heading east over the ocean.
Far.
Yes. Heading to the land known as, in the common tongue, Cerulia. There is a rare stone in a shrine I must reach as part of my journey.
What clan did you say you were with?
Well, I didn't.
Oh.
But I would more than happily inform you. I am from the Gao Broidin. Again, roughly translated into common is wind speakers. I'm from the land of Runan.
Far, so you already traveled. Quite a ways to get here.
I've been traveling for over a year.
It's gotta be rough. I've been there before. You know, we've got a group. Friends. I guess you could call them back down this way, and she just sort of vaguely gestures to the tunnel she came up. If you're looking to rest your feet for a minute. Probably not going anywhere anytime soon.
Well, I've never said no to company. The journey can be lonely sometimes.
That I am aware of. So, is Lars awake, or is he still...
Yeah, he's awake, he's awake.
Is he on the ground still?
That's a thing.
He's like, so like he's on his hunches a bit. He's got his rifle like between his legs, and he's got his back up against the cave wall, just like staring at a wall. But he's slowly now starting to cotton on that you're having a conversation with someone that he doesn't know, and he's just letting it happen because he just can't think of anything to say at the moment. He's struggling to say anything at the moment. He's just sat there with his rifle between his legs.
Oh. It's either head back or head off into the mountains, so I guess I'll take the former. Lars, how about yourself? She said Mordecai. She would have said Mordecai, not Lars.
I will follow you. I need some water and food.
There's plenty in the bags on the wall. Let's take a hike. Get you woken up. And, Skyla, you're welcome to join us.
Very well. I will follow for a time.
Of course.
I apologize for my current state. I had a tough yesterday afternoon and evening.
Easy enough to say.
We all had a tough afternoon and evening. And he'll sort of shake and then sort of like smack his cheek a couple of times and sit up and whistle Portia to come along.
Skylar, you said you traveled here from Renan, right? I don't know if you've noticed, but there's some sort of creature that stalks at least these woods, if not the continent at large. Some crystalline aberration that takes what it pleases and infects anything that lives.
No, I can't say I've seen anything like that.
Do I believe her?
Make an insight check.
Fuck with these 8s.
No, if you were a rogue, that would be still an 8.
Still an 8. 14 plus 6, 8 plus 6 is 14.
I mean, that's pretty good. She seems pretty honest.
Okay.
She doesn't seem like she's seen anything like that.
Mm.
There was actually like a genuine look of like surprised interest on her face when you brought it up. Like, I've never heard of that, but that sure does sound interesting.
Well, it sure is a mess, I'll tell you what. You want to stay away from it if you can. It generally manifests. And Gwen's just, as they're walking, going to go down the list of things that they know about it so far, because she thinks forewarned is forearmed, and people don't need to be wandering into this, blindly. So, just sort of goes down the list of things that they know about it so far, and dangers it may pose. And I think eventually, I don't know how long the walk is, like an hour and a half, you said?
Yeah, it's going downhill now, so it'll be a little bit faster. But yeah, you guys are about an hour out.
Yeah.
Lars would chime in with the tactics that they use, because since he likes explaining battle tactics and reading up on battle tactics, he will sort of go into sort of great detail about where people were on the battlefield and what sort of like angle of attack, and he would get into really stupid specifics.
Mm-hmm.
And if we have time after that, Gwen would ask her a little bit about where she's from, if she's willing to tell what it's like there.
Okay. She's very happy to have the company and listens eagerly to everything you speak about. She actually pries more when you begin talking, Lars. Citing that she one day needs to lead a whole clan. So understanding how to also lead them in the battle is very important. Even though she might have someone that will be better at it than her, she would still like to understand choices made when it comes to that sort of thing.
To answer to that, Lars would be like, he would like, I'm in a similar position. He'll relate to that very well.
I think just off the cuff at one point, Gwen asks if she's ever burned down an entire logging camp. Just off the cuff.
No. I've never burned down a logging camp before. No.
And Lars will tap Gwen and go, she probably uses wind rather than fire.
I don't know anything about where she's from.
No, he's not wrong. Wait.
No, I'm.
But you can't really burn down a camp with wind. It doesn't work like that.
You could blow down a camp.
I think there's someone at camp that you'd be excited to meet. And yeah, just I guess gets into questions about where are you from? What's it like with your people? Things like that.
Right. All right. I'll give you a little bit of the rundown. Well, as I said, I'm from the continent of Runan. We are of a large country that has been situated there for some thousands of years. We are sometimes referred to as the Mother Clan due to our age. One of the first clans that have existed on the planet. The country itself, in the common phrase would be Levant. We are sometimes referred to as Levantins. We worship a goddess known as the Wind Goddess, or Mother of the Breeze. She speaks to us and is the one that sends individuals out on their journeys, such as mine. We tend not to have insiders visit us much, if only because many individuals that come from civilizations tend to want the bounty of our land, and so we tend to butt heads quite a bit with those surrounding our country. But more importantly, the thing that we decide is worth defending the most is what we call the Mother Tree, which at the center of the country is, well, it's what it sounds like, an enormous tree taller than any mountain you've seen. And it is there that the Plains Goddess resides. And we defend it. My clan and the other clans in the country, there are 5 of us. sometimes referred to as rides. We're also very famous for our horses, which there's a folk tale that is told around in the neighboring countries that our horses were once upon a time druids that turned themselves into different animals, and as time evolved, they never went back, and so their intelligence and their wisdom were bred down into the generations. So our horses are they share that intellect and that wisdom, making them much more capable than your average steed.
That's incredible.
Yes, I would say so. I would introduce you to mine, but she's currently elsewhere, doing some scouting.
The horse is scouting.
Well, yes. Her current form is not that of a horse. But her normal form is. But with a little bit of magic, I've shifted her shape so that she may do some investigating for me while I was doing investigation of my own. And she just sort of gestures to the two of you.
Indeed. So, how far off were you able to smell that liquor from?
Oh, I was about 20 minutes off.
My notes. Sharp senses. Sharp senses.
My senses normally are pretty good, but I had a spell active at the time. I tend to keep it active while I traverse these tunnels. Despite the fact that they are maintained by the clans in this area, you never know who might have found them in the meantime. So I do it just to keep myself safe.
Fair enough. Well, what else can you tell me about that tree? She said it was watched over or spoken for by the Plains Goddess?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
by...
So the Plains Goddess, which is her goddess.
Oh, gotcha.
It was, it's one of the other titles.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know how much or how long this would have taken. Gwen's just going to keep asking questions.
Well, ask specific questions, and I will give you specific answers.
Yeah. I didn't have anything prepared. I didn't know we were going to be meeting this woman.
Oh no, improv.
Just gonna say, I've been rolling dice every now and again, and it was perception checks, and Lars has only just realised she's naked. Or is she naked?
I'm assuming Gwen stopped and got dressed prior to leaving.
Yeah,
okay.
she was naked at first, but then she stopped and she put her clothes on.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that's just what Lars woke up to.
He didn't know. I was rolling. He didn't know. He didn't know.
Yeah. No, I'm good. We can just time skip back to camp.
Okay. In which case, the lot of you down yonder, prior to this four total arrival, what were you guys doing? Anything of significance?
As soon as I came to, or at least noticed everyone came to, specifically Nikolai, otherwise I would have been in a panic, asking, "Wait, we're not infected, right?" Don't.
Looks at Self. Looks at Kenna. Does he see anything?
Investigation check.
What's his advantage?
With disadvantage. Because he has a migraine.
Because you're tired.
Tired boy.
Oh, that was a good one too.
Nothing seems out of the ordinary, other than maybe a little bit of some bloodshot eyes going around from just like, again, exhaustion and sleeping in a not comfortable, a super comfortable location.
I don't see anything. Hard to focus though.
After that, they're just gonna go back to what they were doing, which is curling up and being quiet.
Is there a specific name for the journey that Skyla is on right now?
Well, you think there might be, but she continues to refer to it as a journey. Given that it sounds like her actual spoken language, you don't know.
Fair enough.
But you're more than welcome to ask, and you're more than welcome to wait a couple of seconds while I find my note on it.
I will ask, but I will also wait a couple of seconds.
Lars would like to make an inspection of what weapons she has.
Sure. You can make a perception check.
That's a 16 plus. Investigation. Oh, come on, load. Oh, we have problems.
Oh no.
We have problems. Roll20 is not doing things.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Someone's going to have to tell me. Yeah. It was 16 plus, I can't remember.
Perception? I think you only have a +1.
Then it's 17. If it's perception. If it's
No.
investigation, it's something else.
All right, Roll20 is doing it. I actually can't open a big character sheet.
Yeah, I'm having trouble.
That's fine. I at least have my cheat sheet I can go reference. And
I'm
it's funny,
gonna
I actually
refresh.
can't even close your character sheet.
Yeah. No, I'm having the same problem.
Okay, Roll20, I see you.
Yeah,
Um,
Roll20 is having a bit of a
yeah.
fit at the moment.
I guess I'll refresh Roll20 too, because last thing we want to stare at is just a blank Lars Modeheim von Bismarck character sheet. But Modeheim, yeah, it's a +1 bonus, so it's 17.
Nice.
Okay. At a quick glance, Modeheim, you identify 3 weapons on her. One of which is because it's quite prominent, strung across her back. Gateway timeout, nice. Looks like a spear, made out of one long bone. The tip is carved from the bone itself. It's wrapped in leather along its haft, and it has a couple of these unusually pearlescent colored feathers tucked in near the top. On her hip, she has a knife that looks like it's carved from wood. It's got that smooth grain effect. But you can see it's just in a very simple leather loop sheath on her hip. And on the opposite hip, you can see she has a short sword, which appears to be carved from bone as well. Given that it sort of it's this curved blade, almost scimitar-esque kind of weapon, and then you can tell that the handle, the grip, is made from a bone itself, where you can see the joint down at the bottom that was once connected to something.
He'll point out to the spear, and he'll ask politely, like, "What creature is bone? Is that?"
Oh, well, a tradition in my clan is that we waste nothing and we want for nothing. So the spear is actually made from one of my family's ancestral horses. Misleadingly, it's actually 2 bones. The leather is hiding the conjoining. The sword is actually made from one of the leg bones of my great-grandfather.
Interesting.
You don't even let your dead go to rest. Or waste.
No, not at all. As much as we revere and love and care for our mounts, when they pass from this world, we perform a ritual burial for them, where we harvest from them everything that we can, and then bury the rest. And that night there is a feast held within the family that consumes the animal.
She did say the sword was made from her great grandfather's.
Yep.
A bone of her.
Leg bone.
Leg bone.
Big ol' leg bone.
Grin just sort of.
Boy,
It
oh
looks-
boy, can I not wait.
Just so you know, that reaction that Lars did, that I did to that answer, that's what Lars did. It was like a pause, and then we're like, fascinating.
You don't say.
But you're dead, not just the horses. You use your dead as well.
Oh, yes. As I previously mentioned, in any way that we can. We will weave hair for bindings, and jewelry. We will use skin for leather. Anything that can't be repurposed is then returned to the earth.
Gwen is not making these faces. I feel like I should say that.
Sure.
Gwen is not making these faces. She's very stoic. Just sort of nods. It's a interesting way of going about it. And continues on.
Okay. Doubling back to my earlier question, those of you down in the lower cave, what are you doing?
Kinda has woken up, made sure Nikolai was at least breathing and alive. And since he stirred, she is good. And she will go into meditation basically after waking up.
Okie dokie.
I would say, so basically what I'm trying to do, Dyer, is in order to redo spell lists, there has to be meditation. And for the long rest, it's like 8 hours, but only 6 hours have to be sleeping, right?
Correct. Yeah,
so
you
she
do
would
the
have
prep
woken
in
up
the
a little. Yeah, she would have been up a little bit before the people in the room, and then had just gone into meditation. But before meditating, just made sure that Nikolai was breathing.
Okay.
And then I have altered my spell list accordingly.
Okay. Nikolai, Edelweiss.
I'm kind of bummed I didn't take a spell to impress this NPC.
Nikolai is just slowly munching on some food, trying to eat away the migraine.
Okay.
Futilely, but it's futile, but you know, he tries. That's that.
Okay. Anything from Edelweiss? No? Okay. Nonverbal communication. It's great.
Okay. Sorry.
No, I'm being serious. I was being serious. I'm not forcing you to say things because it sounds like you have something going on in the background.
No, I don't.
Oh, well, in which case, if it's still just
I
nothing,
just
then
am
it's
just
nothing.
like, I don't have anything.
Okay.
Might cry.
Okay, it's a free action to cry. That needs to be a t-shirt one day, by the way.
I'll see what I can do.
Challenge accept. All right. In which case, a little bit of time will pass, where the group of you will begin to hear the chatterings and footsteps of a group of people approaching from the tunnel to the north. Eventually emerging Modahayan, Gwyn, and a woman who you've never seen before.
An important question: have we gotten to sharing recipes yet?
I don't know. How did you engage on the talk of recipes?
I just imagine it would have come up eventually.
What kind of recipes, Gwen?
Probably crafting recipes after the talk of the
Turning Grandpa into a weapon recipe.
You probably didn't get talking about it.
Looking, Grandpa.
You probably got talking a little bit about like bone carving, which again, clearly is a bit of a thing. But like the greater specifics of like the fine arts of the craft, probably not.
Interesting.
But she would have promised you, had you had more time together, she'd go over some of the finer details.
Good to know. So yeah, that's what I'm up to.
As you all emerge into the other rest stop.
Kenna, I found your friend.
It's just like silent meditation. Shh. Just puts a finger up and keeps her eyes closed.
You warm up to her. She's
If you don't, she'll make you.
she's a character.
Right. Let's find if she doesn't.
Wait.
She will. Or she ought to. Skyla, let me introduce you to the rest of our group. This is Nikolai, pointing respectively. Nikolai, Adewise, Kenna.
Skyla.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi.
Skyla
Kenna
here
just
found
nods
us.
in silence.
Mhm.
Skyla here found us while we were up the tunnel and has been a great companion for conversation on the walk back down. And I told her I'd introduce a lot of you since we aren't going anywhere fast. So
Lars
Be nice.
walks back. Lars, as he's walking back to like his bedroll that he feels kind of is what was wasted last night, he'll tap Kenna on the shoulder and say, "Be nice."
Mm-hmm.
You should probably actually leave her alone. Morning meditation for druids is kind of a big deal. It's very rude you actually keep like bothering her. Just a little piece of advice. Maybe that's why she might be irate all the time.
Nah,
I think that's
that's just her fiery personality.
I do agree.
That was bad.
Yes, I'm starting to draw some connections based off of all of the comments people have been making and odd, very pointed questions that have been directed at me.
Yeah, well, make yourself at home.
Yes, that was the idea. And she'll just sort of march on up to the raised platform where the fire it is, and just kind of stretch out in front of it. If it's the fire's gotten a little bit low since you guys are all sort of woken up and have started just nursing it back to health since you've got breakfast to prepare, kind of just waves a hand and the fires pick up. She kicks up bare feet in front of them.
Question: do you have anything for headache?
Let me check. I think the answer is yes, but depends on what it is whether or not if I'm willing to give it to you. Hang on a second.
Fair.
And she takes her pack off her back and sits it in front of her. And it doesn't look anything like what you guys would normally carry. It probably looks a bit more akin to Kenna's, but probably not as neat. It's very eclectic in that there's like smaller pouches and bags that are very casually looped onto other parts of the bag. So it looks just this slightly bulbous round sack with a bunch of smaller sacks attached to it. And she sits down in front of her and just kind of starts like opening up pouches, sniffing it, pulling it shut, going to the next one.
Gwen sits on a pot of coffee.
Do you have any allergies?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Are you squeamish, or do you are you sensitive to tastes of any kind?
No, not really.
Okay, then I probably have something for you. Just give me 1 second and I'll make it. And she pulls a wood bowl out of her her backpack. Takes a water skin, fills it up a little bit of the way, puts it on the fire, pulls out a handful of what just look like dried leaves of some kind. They're kind of clover shaped. And she puts them into the water near the fire, reaches into another small pouch, and pulls out on the tip of her finger like just a small little mound of ground red powder of some kind, and puts it in there and mixes it in with her finger. Then she just kind of sits back and just kind of waits.
Do I recognize any of the ingredients?
Make a nature check.
Yes.
Nikolai's making small notes of whatever she's doing. He doesn't know the plants, and he's too tired to think about them. But he's just making, like, looks like this. She does this. Just on a little piece of paper.
I really wanted this whole alchemist thing to be a bigger part of Gwen's whatever, but, it's not turning out that way. That's a 10. That's a 6 plus a 4. That's a 10.
Again, normally a 10 would be great, but you keep running into weirdly exotic things because you guys are sticking your nose in places that are very uncommon.
We sure are, aren't we?
Yeah. Honestly, neither of the two ingredients look particularly familiar to you.
Okay.
It's more like there's a wide-ranging list of things that it could be.
I'll ask her.
That's always a great idea. You could talk to NPCs too, by the way. That's a thing.
Wow, really?
I know. It's like the game's interactive.
In my role-playing game?
Wow.
I know. It's crazy.
Would never.
So, what are you making?
Well, it doesn't have a name. It's to help him with his headache. Back where I'm from, we have a tree that's bark is blood red. Its bark is has many medicinal properties based off of how you prepare it. So the powder that I just that I added is from the blood bow tree. When turned to powder and mixed into a drink, it can relieve pain, reduce light sensitivity. We typically actually tend to feed it to those individuals that come to us from places that are not used to sunlight. So like Tafakari, for instance, if they are from the underground, from the original clans further east, we give it to them and it reduces the sensitivity they suffer from sunlight. This other one is just called cloverleaf. They are from trees from an archipelago to the south of Runan. There are there's a tribe of warrior people that live on the island. The leaves grow on trees near the volcano there. It helps reduce she stops to chew on it for a second. When something is swollen,
Inflammation?
Yes. It reduces that. And will help the blood flow better. So hopefully these two things together will help your friend, except it tastes terrible. Blood bow is not only called that for the sake of the color, but also because of the taste. It's very metallic and unpleasant, kind of like sucking on a coin.
Oh. Well, I'm sure he'll be able to make it through.
I am too tired to care. Blinks. No. I do end up getting light sensitivity when I push myself like that, so that will probably help, but I will need to look into getting more of this for the future. I have a feeling this is not going to be the first one I will end up getting soon.
Well, if you know anybody that does trading from Runan, we do trade with some of the countries nearby for goods. So you'll probably be able to find some blood bow. I hear it tends to be quite expensive though. A traditional coin. And she pulls the wooden bowl out of the fire And it's dark and scorched on the bottom, like this bowl is used regularly for this sort of thing. But it hasn't like lost any form or shape or function. It just has blackened. And she picks it up, kind of does like a little hot potato dance back and forth between her hands. And then has a moment where she finally settles down with it, kind of blows on the liquid a little, checks it, and then just like passes it around the fire to you, Nikolai. The liquid inside is dark and red. You would think it looks a bit like blood, but it is too red to be blood. It's like slightly almost dipping into magenta. But it is like very colorful. And there are dark specks swimming around in it, which you think are the mostly dissolved leaves. And I'm assuming you're going to just, bottoms up and down this thing?
Yep.
Okay. Her description was not inaccurate. It tastes like if you've ever, tasted a penny before in your life, because I feel like everyone's done it at least once. I know it's a weird thing to say, but I have, so I know what that tastes like. If you haven't, it tastes metallic. But it is also exceptionally bitter. It's like if you were to chase a handful of pennies by sucking on a lemon, that's what this tastes like.
That is what a vivid description.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome. So it's unpleasant and heavy, and then it makes you kind of like wince and you pucker your face a bit. But once it's all down, and it's at the very least warm, so that's nice, and it goes down smoothly enough with the occasional chunky leaf in the way. But you feel it act pretty quickly, Nikolai. Your face warms up a bit, and that pressure that's just thumping away in your head begins to slowly ebb away until it is no longer at the forefront. It's just kind of in the background now.
Wow.
I made a hangover cure.
Are you asking for one?
We need.
Or are you saying you need to make one?
No, I already made one. Gwen put on
perfect.
some tea. She made a hangover cure, so she's just watching Nikolai make bitter faces at this and
Mhm.
enjoying whatever she's made.
Yeah, Skyla's smiling and kind of laughing to herself watching this.
It's kind of
He
around
is
now.
still-
Kind of just lets out like a really large yawn. Opens her eyes. That felt nice. Hello.
Hello.
The fire's on. I have heard y'all talking. It's nice to see you. And yes, she is right. Please don't interrupt me.
Told you.
She stretches and takes a deep breath. No, she'll walk over to the fire. As I said, I am Kenna. Also looks over to Gwen. Hope you slept well.
Nods. And then she'll like pop up and go check her pack for a couple of things.
Sure. What do you
Making
Checking
just
for.
making sure the raccoon hasn't gotten anything. The raccoon.
The raccoon.
the druidic
The raccoon
raccoon.
thing. The druidic raccoon.
Just you
Turns out
when
he was a raccoon.
when her mount returns, it's just gonna be a fat raccoon.
No.
Just you
Oh.
wait.
Ken is gonna walk up to Skyla. How big is she?
I mean, given that she's sitting and you're standing, you're towering over her. For what she looks like she is, which is, it's kind of hard to tell. It's very obvious she has this dark ashen paint smeared over her face. And her hair covers anything else that might be a distinctive feature, such as pointed ears. For a woman, she seems a bit on the taller side, but she's shorter than Gwen.
Does she have like mass, or is it kind of like more dainty as far as like bone structure or weight? Or
She seems well built.
Okay.
She doesn't have like wide features, but she has features that aren't quite as delicate as you'd expect from an elf.
Okay. Got some muscle then.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, she's pretty well built.
Ooh. Nice to. Sorry. Long night.
That's what I keep gathering.
It's nice to see somebody else who can come and go as they please.
Agreed. I was actually quite worried about if I'd meet anybody in here. One, due to loneliness and hoping to meet someone, and two, afraid of meeting someone if they didn't belong. Such as with your friends up there. Given that, that one, and she points at Gwen, is scary unto herself, and that one, well, city folk, am I right?
Yeah, but they're good people.
Starting to gather that.
Anyways, it's like looking around. Sorry, I took a lot of time this morning. Looks over to Nikolai to rearrange. I guess you rearrange my abilities. I don't expect to be fighting today, hopefully. So let's try to. For once, I won't be picking fights, I should say. But we can travel really fast.
Wow. Got you.
Yes.
Okay.
And looks at Skyla. If they haven't already told you, I like to fight.
No, it hasn't come up. But I'm guessing
like
you're
to fight.
probably the one that has a liking of fire. That has come up a
little
lot.
more than that, but yes, I am curious to know what has come up about me and fire. But yes,
Something about a logging camp.
as you could. I see. Well, story for another time. But yes, it is not just a liking for fire, it is more part of me, and then I just do what she's probably used to, but the produce flame.
Mm-hmm.
And then control flames to make it bigger in her hand.
Mm-hmm.
So, I'm not good with all the other elements as much, but this one is more my flavor.
No, that I understand. Mm-hmm.
And you?
Towers or places I've burned down?
Well,
Please no, the duchy, please.
he doesn't like when things get burnt down in the duchy. More what you're tied to element. I'm thrown for a loop. I don't smell fire, but I see ash.
It's the face paint belongs to my clan to signify those on their journey. As for my element, I have a command over all of them, but I am most favored towards wind.
Oh, interesting. Nice. I was taught one really cool thing to use, but I haven't gotten to use, so I haven't needed to use it. I can't do it right now. It just envelops yourself in, a big ball of wind. It's pretty fun.
By comparison to many other elements, I think wind is a bit. I think it has a bit more free spirit to it, but I think that is by its nature.
Yeah. Yeah. It makes fires get big.
Can't
Anyways.
also put them out.
Not as well as you think.
Yeah, what she said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Would you like a
what a
demonstration?
lovely day. No, please. No.
Either way. Which way are you traveling?
I'm heading north.
Looks to Nikolai. Nikolai, what way would you like to travel?
Blinks. Not west.
You mean not east?
No, not west.
No.
That thing you saw me do, that I exerted myself last night, I was able to get the glimpse. It was of I can't exactly tell the time of when it was, but the time within the vision that I saw was over a few days to week. And the crystal seems to spread to the entire western side, and then over the course of the following days and weeks, over the entire duchy. Also, I believe from the south too, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like there was one from the west, and then one from the south coming over harbor. Yeah. So there's that.
Is this like your other vision of the corn?
This one was. I'm more certain that this one was clearer. I've been. He actually, air quotes, experimenting, pushing my power, being able to break previous walls that would stop me. Become slightly more powerful since we've been out, and I was able to. It was exhausting, so I had to migraine. Thank you for that, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But this one was pretty clear. I'm pretty certain of it. So.
Are you certain of the time frame?
No, that is the one thing I can't tell. It seems to be, from what I can tell, seems to probably be in the future because towns were being razed. So, the general warfare against this crystals is it's much farther than we are right now. So it's probably sometime in the future. It may be in the coming months though. Soon, I'd say soon.
You said raised. I'd be curious to know what they were burning. Doesn't seem like this crystal does that. Sorry.
So it may be in response. A sort of if I can't have it, no one can mentality. It's not well, it's expensive and costly, but it is typically effective against certain enemies. That would technically be one. You deprave fire of oxygen type idea.
Mm-hmm. Kenneth smirks, and that's why wind can't put it out.
But yeah. Also, out of character, but slightly in character, over the time of the conversation that Skyla was having with us, Kenna, Nikolai would like to do the intelligent insight on her.
Sure thing.
Also, I just want to say before. Well, okay.
The DC is against yours, yeah?
It's a DC set by you.
Sorry.
Oh, cool story. Good to know. been a while since I've done it.
Yep.
She seems pretty open, and she's relatively easy to read. She comes off as neutral good. Seems like a good cookie.
Good. Okay. Yep. Besides, yeah. There's that. I mean, we could travel with you. I'm not sure if going back towards the town would be a good idea. There's not much. I mean, there's the fortress and what lies within. But other than that, so we have to wait.
When did your sister say the Shalcir were going to be here?
Well, if they're coming from Stenholm, that's going to be at least a week and a bit, so that long. And that was only yesterday, the day before yesterday.
Yes.
It's
like the mountains it is. North we shall go.
Oh!
Oops.
No, I just wasn't expecting company. I figured I'd swing in. You'll meet these intrepid adventurers and caves and then leave.
Kind of.
You
Well,
get used to
we're
it.
only in the caves because of
We were
we
driven
had to
here.
run. So
Yeah. You also get used to the feeling of unexpected visitors. We actually tend to have a lot of them.
In my defense, you are technically in an area for people such as myself. You're the strangers here.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, you're not wrong.
I know.
there is a point where you'll find these tunnels lead to a dwarven fortress. Just it's an odd occurrence. Pretty sure the clan of this area summoned a deity of a kind, and they wiped him out. So no one inhabits the fortress, but it is a odd find.
How far is the fortress from the riverbank where we were?
From the riverbank from where you were?
Couple hours, I think.
Yeah, we went like northeast.
Yeah, you guys went north a decent ways.
4 hours.
No,
Yeah,
it's
so we'd have to
still
go
like
southwest.
yeah, it's about a day's journey. And by a day's journey, I mean like 10 to 12 hours.
Alright. Do we have any objective with going north, or are we just going north?
Well, I, in my meditation, have a thought. We can't clearly defeat the crystal right now. We could try to learn more about it over time in safer ways than what we did last night. But we have an item we don't know of that we should probably figure out first, considering we're carrying it.
And north has those answers?
Time has
It
those
definitely
answers,
gives us an environment as to which we can really find out if it is the cause of its behavior.
Far be it from me to tell you folks what to do.
I mean, and if
Not
you'll
after
have us as travel. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Nothing.
Also, north would be
And-
less animals, and less animals would be less crystal danger.
there's a sort of logic there. And like, if you'll have us as traveling companion, another person, it's always better. Strength in numbers.
Well, I don't necessarily disagree with that. I will only be allowed to travel with you for so long, especially if it means deviating from my plans. My journey is supposed to be a solitary one, but I am allowed to take companions occasionally when necessary. So as long as this doesn't become a extended companionship, that is fine enough with me.
Lars will pipe up and say, and where are you trying to get to at the moment?
Well, I'm currently heading north. Will eventually be veering a little bit westward again, further into the mountains. There is a shrine up on one of the peaks where a rare herb grows. I need to visit and harvest the herb.
What? Do you know which peak you're going to try and climb? Or are you going to climb?
I do not know it by name, but I have a method of guiding myself there.
Do you happen to know the name of this herb you were looking for?
Hang on 1 second. Digs into her very clustered backpack amalgamation once again. And pulls out a rolled up piece of like tanned leather. It's got a little string tied around it. She undoes it and unfurls. It's just like a star furrow weed. It is said to grow on the highest peak in the mountain range, where it is closest to the stars.
Kenna's thinking back to her time in the range.
Hmm.
The highest peak would be Titan's Horn.
That is correct.
She says that out loud.
Mm-hmm.
Kenneth. Well, the highest peak is Titan's Horn. And north and then west. You would have to go south to get there. You'd have to go west and then south.
Did I get myself turned around?
Possibly. Well, there are plenty of peaks in this ridge. In this whole region, but I guess it depends on what you mean by largest peak. Largest peak on the continent is Titan's Horn, but that is some distance south and west. Some great distance. If you really need the highest peak in this region, then northwest would be right.
That is what my how do I put this? Well, my map is pointing me that way.
Okay. Yeah, it doesn't help if you don't have the name of the peak. What clan are you from again?
Right. Not used to introducing myself to so many people in one day. I'm from the Galbraden. The Wind Speakers.
How do you spell
Make a roll if I've ever been told about their existence.
Yeah, you can make a history or a nature check. One of the weird rare times where nature is also a history check. And the name of the clan is in the chat.
I thought I got it so close.
Answer to the question of how old is this tree?
Okay. I rolled a 12 naturally, but I need to look at the scores. 17.
Okay. It's pretty good. You know the name of the clan. They are not from this continent. They hail from Runan.
Yeah, that's why I was curious to know if Kenna would have even noticed.
Yeah, so they hail from Runan. The thing that you know about them is that a while ago there's a centennial meeting of druid clans that happens every 100 years, as implied by the centennial, where they come together, and it is essentially a meeting of the axes of the world. Is basically nature conjoining at one location, and all of the clan leaders essentially have a conversation about the balance of nature itself in the world as it is, and steps they might need to take to help right it if necessary. It is also a time where various clans have an opportunity to air out bad blood between themselves and other clans, or speak out against clans that they think are maybe straying away from the path of protecting nature as they should, or at least throwing off the balance. The clans of this mountain range, and that particular clan from Runan, which is sometimes referred to as the Mother Clan because of its age, there was some bad blood a very long time ago, because the entity that they worship does not belong to the usual beings in the walls that all the other clans in this mountain range follow from. And so it caused some bad blood for quite a while. It was only in the last couple hundred years that there was, during one of these meetings, there was a challenge put forth, and the champion from that clan succeeded in winning and won them the rights to safe passage for their individuals on their journeys on this continent. I feel like did I get completely off track from what the question was? Because I forgot.
No,
17.
I mean,
You were
it was
asking about
just
the
would
clan.
Kenna know what?
Yeah.
If Kenna would know about the clan.
Yeah, like I said, nothing in depth, because even the clan is pretty secretive, even to other clans. But yeah, you would.
She's spilling all of her guts to
Well,
the.
No, like I said, you would get all the details that she would have given to Gwen. Like, you'd know all of that, because that stuff isn't unusual.
Yeah.
There's a lot about their practices surrounding their worship that they keep secret.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, everything else that she shared is something you could learn about from visiting a local, neighboring country in Runan.
Mm-hmm. So you're from outside of this land.
Mm-hmm.
That would make sense. I've never met somebody from outside of this land, let alone outside of this mountain range.
First time for everything.
Even his people are from this mountain range. And I've only met so many of them.
You met me.
Are you not from this land?
Not from this area.
Well, you're still from. You're not from across the ocean, though.
No, I'm from across the desert.
Okay. I didn't know many of you came over to use this area. I'm getting sidetracked.
All right. Mm-hmm.
Well, I am from the Tawanadon. We roam the range here more than staying in a part of it. Kind of used to the whole thing.
Yes, I know of your clan. And several others that are in the area. Many of you are nomadic.
Yeah. Some like to stay in a smaller localized area and move around. And some of us travel far distances. We normally will follow seasons. I know my people like to take advantage of what they can as far as seasonal growth goes. So when it's warmer, we are lower, and when it's colder, we're higher.
Good practices? But if you don't mind me prying just a little bit, what are all of you doing together? It's very clear not all of you are from the same parts of the land. Especially you two, who seem to be exact opposites. G points at Nikolai and Kenna.
Forced together by circumstance, and points at Kenna. Fire.
I'm trying to keep that one from offing himself, and the rest just sort of straggled in.
I'm an assassin.
Oh, that's exciting.
You should maybe just not say that.
I feel like most people wouldn't take very kindly to that.
I don't.
If I were worried for my life, I would take a bigger issue with that. But fortunately, I'm not.
Oh, he says he's an assassin, but he's a big teddy bear.
Who is also an assassin. We should really not lose that.
Well, he's not trying to assassinate any of us.
Yeah, to be fair, I wouldn't have been caught in that walk-in with him if he weren't, so. Damn it, computer.
Oh, yes. But I'm the son of the Duke of the duchy here. It's close to the border, and a lot of its northern and western borders touch the mountain range. So you can see that interaction at least.
Well, I mean, yes, it's frequent to see civilized nobility butt heads with those of nature. My people are constantly, well, to put it simply, warring with the neighboring countries that would prefer to force their ideologies upon us. It's tiring at times.
I can see that. Go ahead.
No. She pauses and lets Nikolai talk because she's trying to think.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I must be unique in that circumstance of not trying to do that. I'm the clans, as I have become so well aware of, have really good knowledge when it comes to surviving and taking from the land without destroying it. So, having a nice trading of information would do everyone justice. Shame a lot that people don't see that way.
It is. I suppose I'll share a little bit of my clan's wisdom with you. I have heard of many types such as yourself from the civilized lands that wish to work in harmony with us. The warning, however, is that there tends to be a greater sum of individuals that would rather, well, do the opposite of your desire. And the ones that would like to help tend to be consumed by those. So, fair warning. For as much as you have good intentions, there are 3 times, if not more than that, with bad ones, and they will move you if you stand in the way.
Very fair.
So
Very well.
make good friends.
Mm.
That way it is hard
I
for
mean-
you to be moved.
It is always one reason why I stay with these. There's one thing we're good at. It's actually no, we get forced to move a lot. We're just good at adapting, sort of.
Nikolai gets moved very often.
If someone didn't pick fights that they couldn't win, that might happen less.
I'm sensing just a little bit of tension.
Yeah, we've just come off of something that
Very palpable.
we've just come off of something that wasn't good for us, I guess you could say.
Well, I could tell by the two of you that were covered in spirits.
I'm out of spirits now.
Minor threat to life, no biggie.
What?
Minor threat to life, no biggie. That's fine.
He's very good at choosing his words, this one.
I feel like as if you're speaking with sarcasm.
You would be correct.
Oh, okay. I thought I would just make sure. Things like that sometimes go over in my head.
Well, if you, I'm going to head out and try to do some early morning scouting, but there is another clan towards Titan's Horn, called the Idina, I believe that's their name.
And so?
Yeah, India. Yeah, India. They are an eclectic bunch. They have some interesting members of their clan, or at least party group. One of them's a Yeti, a were Yeti. Can you believe it?
No.
But
Like,
they went
what?
to Titan's Claw.
I knew there
So
was a
if you
clan
end
of
up going
lichens in
that,
the area, but I didn't know they had a Yeti.
yes, very lovable, pretty stoic, likes specialty wine. They drank all mine. However, yeah, they went southwest. So if you find yourself there, they
They will
they're
rob
good
you.
people.
They will rob you.
They won't rob you. You're fine. It's these people that they rob.
And you.
Ah,
They didn't rob me.
Oh, that's right, because you weren't there.
Yes.
Playing. What?
Oh, and they have a leader by the name of Tala.
hmm
And she is the keeper of their group. She has a strong affinity for ice, but given your nature, she will probably try to aid you if you come across them.
Good to know.
They actually did save his life once. He just doesn't know it.
Blink.
That's what I was
What?
waiting for.
Great emote.
Blink, blink.
Nikolai blink.
Oh god.
Um,
Start thinking about this, guys. Come on.
Either way.
Are we hanging around
Oh,
here
if
all
you
day?
just- We're gonna. If you just came from out there recently, what's the weather like?
Well, actually, I haven't been outside for a couple of hours. But when I was, light snowfall.
Light snowfall. Was there a lot of snow on the ground?
Under a foot?
Oh, okay. No biggie. It's fine. Goes to get her bag and start packing her stuff up.
I hand Sky a cup of tea.
Mhm. Nikolai, you hear something off in the distance that sounds like flapping wings. Coming from the northern tunnel that ascends.
Like in the
It's a
tunnel?
raccoon with wings.
No!
Yes,
Oh.
in
It's
the
a
tunnel.
winged raccoon.
It sounds inside. You don't hear it outside. If you heard it outside, you're in way bigger trouble than you thought.
Yeah.
Do I hear it?
When? Yes.
That sort of strains a bit. No, I'm not that tired. What?
Does it sound like a bat? Or like a bird? Does it sound frantic or frenetic?
Make a nature check.
Can I also do that?
Yeah, sure.
With disadvantage. I'll do that.
Yes, with the disadvantage, tired boy.
Tired boy.
Tired boy.
I think that's the 7th.
Oh. Nope, man. This exhaustion's really gonna show in full force, ain't it?
Mhm.
17.
Okay. Yeah, Gwen. It sounds a little frenetic. You're familiar enough with the sound. It does sound like a bat. Which, you think is unusual because these tunnels are supposed to just be sealed.
Mm-hmm. Like a big bat or like a little bat? And how far away?
It's closing in, like, real fast.
Okay.
Doesn't sound huge. Sounds like a bat.
It's
Oh.
in his bat form.
It's what?
It's Vasily in his bat form.
Wow.
Your companion, you said you turned it into something to scout the area.
Yeah.
What?
A bat.
Oh. She's on her way.
Ah,
Oh.
perfect.
Is that what that flapping is?
Probably. And you, after a moment, you do kind of, you guys see a bit of a frenetic bat fly its way in. You just sort of watch as Skyla sticks out an arm and the bat grabs onto some of the leather wraps on the right forearm. It just kind of hangs up upside down.
Are the
Brings
wraps
wings
on her
in.
arm also made
Hmm?
up for family members?
You're welcome to ask.
I don't want to. I'd rather not know.
So this one is grandma, and this one is my aunt.
You can tell by the words right here.
Can I hear the conversation about bones being used for all this stuff?
Or
Or would I have
happened
known
in
that in my
tunnels.
history?
Well, I mean, yeah, you know they repurpose pretty much everything, and it's
Okay.
and it's not just like practicality; it's sacred to them to do it. It's one of the biggest. It's one of the biggest practices for their clan.
It's just like how we burn everything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So the bat flies in, hanging upside down, brings its wings in, and it's just kind of like staring at everybody with its beady eyes.
Can
She'll just kind of regard it. So, Voxel, did you find anything? And she'll raise it up next to her head, and you'll hear it chitter a bit. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, lots of tunnels. That's about what I thought. I guess the good news is there's nothing else in the tunnels. That's nice.
Good to know.
That's not, can I pet
Quinn
the
just-
bat? Can I pet the bat?
Oh yeah, sure. Voxel's well, yeah, actually, hang on. Voxel, do you want the strange person to pet you? And very pointedly, you see the bat's eyes go straight over to Nikolai. And you've never felt so heavily judged by an animal before, Nikolai. And then after a moment, you see Skylar raise her arm back up to the side of her head. Uh-huh. No, actually, Voxel doesn't, he doesn't feel like being pet today.
Fair.
Mm-hmm.
Quinn looks a little dejected at not having something to fight.
What?
I'm out of whiskey. I have to deal
Have
with
you ever
shocks. I need
Have
something.
you ever been rejected by a bat, bro? Have you ever been rejected by a bat?
She could be. If she
Dire,
wanted to be.
would
Yes.
I have been able to notice that the way that she's speaking is not her normal language? It's not her.
Oh yeah,
First.
it's fairly clear that she's pretty good speaking at common, but it is not her first.
Yeah. Okay, then question on how you do your stuff. So, the language of the elementals have they all share the same language, but in parentheses, there's usually like their sub-dialect, whether it's like Terran or Aquan or
Mhm.
Orin or Ignan or however. Would knowing that language give you access to those sub-languages in your setting? Or those sub-dialects?
Yeah, because you have to master the 4 before you can actually understand Primordial.
Okay. So then Kenna's gonna just kind of like speak a phrase and see if she understands it.
I mean, she looks
which
up
is
at
just
you
going-
and just kind of cocks a head like, and
Just trying to find her. She'll actually have a conversation short in it, just in Primordial. I was just trying to see what your normal language would be. I'm assuming it's not this one, but you know this one.
yes, actually, my clan shares in all 4 of the languages. One for each of the rides of respective clans that we have, and then a 5th one for the Plains Goddess. It's actually not too uncommon. We're taught all these languages from birth, so we can understand all of our fellow druids whenever we go out into the world. Along with the power they have over nature and the importance of the magic therein.
We'll then switch to Celestial. Is this the one for your goddess?
She'll shake her head.
As in no.
Correct.
I see. Puts a finger up. I didn't speak in giant. Any luck with this one?
I speak a small amount of giant. I realize that's counterintuitive. It is not my most fluent language, but I am capable of speaking in it.
Well, if you can understand it, that's fine. This is my normal language. And then would just switch kind of over back to Primordial because it seems like she's extremely fluent in it.
Mm-hmm.
And well, at least I know that this is easier than common, I suppose.
For the most part. But I do enjoy practicing my common, given that I'm still going to meet many other people in the world. And that is the more suppose that is the more common language spoken.
Mm-hmm.
It is not often that I get to speak in these languages to other people that I meet during my travels.
Well, I will let you choose, but whatever one you would like, I will do my best.
If you ever have a particular need to speak in this language, I am more than okay to speak with it. Otherwise, I prefer to stick with common. Also, if only due to the fact it seems as if we're trying to keep something from the others,
Oh,
which is at the very least not my current intention.
Well, it is kind of fun sometimes, though. Make Nikolai's brain really work.
Well, yes. I don't know much about him, but it is fun to watch people sort of get frustrated at things they don't understand.
Yes, happens to me quite often.
Anyway, so what was the plans? Were you following me? Was I following you? Where are you going?
Can I? I'm sorry, I didn't know any good place to talk. I want to rewind a bit because I want to pull aside Lars while everyone was talking.
Sure.
Well,
And Lars chilling over in his bedroll, writing in his journal.
Lars would be like near like the entrance where we entered into, and he will be like sort of like looking out towards the entrance, thinking about something when you approach.
Also, how noisy is this rain? Because there's rain outside.
It's not bad.
I only hear it when you're speaking, and because you're
Okay,
speaking,
I'm gonna go take off webcam and go to a different room for this. Okay.
Okay.
Second of all, did Lars give me back the bouquet, or did he take it? I don't.
No, he would have set it down beside you and left to go find Gwen.
This should be much quieter, if not echoey. Alright. Okay. Then otherwise would have had the bouquet in hand and I guess settled down next to Lars, kind of directing to him.
Edelweiss.
I apologize if I did hurt any of your feelings for tossing the bouquet. As I said before, it rather reminds me of those I hold dear, and after last night, I didn't want to be reminded of what I nearly lost. Even if that's all I could think about.
Lars is like he as you're talking, he'll look at you, but he'll like look back out towards like the entrance, and after a while he'll turn back to look at to you, and he'll say, "Don't worry about it. We were all very heated at that point, and I get why. I would get why you would say such things, but I understand. Everyone gets frustrated, everyone gets angry, and
I don't think I was wrong for feeling that way, though.
No.
Do not want to disregard your feelings about this.
Edelweiss, I have endured a lot more anger than this before. I know, I've had moments in my life where I have had to gamble with my life at worst odds than what we faced yesterday. But I understand your feelings of how you felt at the time. So that's why I wanted to reconcile with you at the time, but maybe I should have gave you more time to think about it. And for that I'm sorry.
In any case, I would prefer you hold on to it for a bit. I've had already a couple close to death experiences. However, I was bailed out those times. I don't believe that one should face those things himself, of course. That's foolish. However, I don't expect anyone to risk their blood for me anytime soon. Oh, I don't. Rather not.
Lars will sort of sheepishly joke, like, "Don't worry. I don't think I'm going to be dying anytime soon."
I think you misheard me, but it's fine.
So you want me to have the bouquet?
For the time being, I'd rather not be in possession of it.
That is fine. I was actually thinking about going out and sprucing it up a bit. But it seems like we have
I
a
would like
travel.
that at the moment.
That's fine. I'll bouquets can always be remade. As and when they are needed. And he'll open out his palm for you to place the bouquet in his hand if you want to.
Which they do.
Good. I really just I don't know about you, but I really just want to get going today.
I don't know. I like the exact opposite. That's how I am.
And that's how I am. And he'll just stay standing there, just looking towards the entrance.
Right. Apologies, I'm not good with these conversations. And they're going to walk up and leave them and I guess observe the conversation that is unfolding in front of them.
Mm-hmm.
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 Mm-hmm. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay.
That's the way.
Okay. Now it goes back to. So, where are you going? Who's following who? What's happening?
Well, you talk about the shrine. We could accompany you till there and then split off from there. Do you know what what use this herb has?
Well, I'm positive it has many uses outside of the intended use I have for it, which is a ritual. But it is pretty valuable. But more importantly, I couldn't take you to the shrine anyway. It's against our rules. And for the record, I don't know how much free time you have, but it is at least going to be several moons before I get there.
We have problems here we need to focus on. Do we really need to be chasing them after a volcano?
I didn't say anything about the volcano. Okay.
Sadly, we don't have a volcano in this mountain range.
No.
I feel like we should have more of a plan of action this time.
We could. I do agree with that.
And if we are... Apologies.
Go ahead.
If we are going up someplace difficult, I feel like we need to be more prepared, considering most of us are not suited for such things. We also can't forget the fact that even if we're traveling, unfortunately, that crystal will be more of a problem, and we need a plan of action, or at least better understand how we could face this thing if we unfortunately have to fight back.
I thought the idea was that we weren't going to face it anymore.
I'm saying if that thing wants to trap us and try to get us, force us into something.
Don't think it's after us, but okay, I guess.
Apologies, then. Never mind.
I mean, the fear is warranted there. We could.
Seem like that matters to this. Then you see their face just like go drip bomb and look away.
How much did Kenna tell the party about Calabash?
Not a whole lot, if anything.
Told us
Yeah,
he
I
was
don't think anything.
Told us he was a demigod. Told us, or told
No.
Skylar just now that, yeah.
Yeah.
Uh,
I didn't tell the party that it was a demigod. I just said there was
Yeah.
another lichen.
you walked in and you were like, hey, guess what? That bitch you picked a fight with was like a god of some kind.
Wasn't that only to you?
It might have been only to me. That is a important distinction.
Like
Kinda.
the greater party at large doesn't know about it. Go ahead.
That lichen that we ran into in the woods. You know where we went?
Yes. South.
You said he was something important to this area.
Well, he should be. He could be. It definitely seems like he's not trying to be.
Or he knows that there's nothing here to save.
Maybe.
Or that
Basically, what I was told from somebody who is as old as he is that their essence, I guess is the right phrase, is reborn or rebrought into the world in different bodies. And it is his natural state to protect this area. That's what he was brought here to do, hence destroying that dwarven culture. But there are times where the body or the person that they are inhabiting or fused with, or however it works, chooses to fight against their nature, chooses to fight against that nature and go off on their own path. The way it was kind of described or explained that I can remember from her is that the more or the longer they fight their true nature, the worse the behavior gets. But that if they do follow their nature and they protect this area, that they come into their power. They come into their own. Now, I may have misinterpreted or misremembered some of the things that Tala was telling me, but yes, he decided to head south away from this area, leaving this behind, as if he was going against the nature of what he is supposed to be doing.
he's supposed to protect this area, and that's where this is coming from.
This
Who?
sounds
Who are you
might
talking
more terrifying, and I don't quite understand who you're talking about either.
You wouldn't know it.
Yeah.
At the time, it wasn't really important for you guys to worry about it, because all you would have done is worried about it.
I suppose that's correct, however. I guess... Never mind.
I don't know.
If things are going wrong in the area that he was meant to protect, we not be trying to find him? Especially if he is going to, and Nikolai, this might pertain to you, be on his worst behavior the longer he's away. This is a very powerful lichen.
It's also someone that cannot just state it doesn't want to do something. I feel like coercing it, him, them, would only make it worse.
Said anything about coercing?
What's your past interactions? How do you know of this person? Besides,
Don't worry about it.
Paula.
I will say
you said something about
considering she looks to Gwen. Someone likes to talk openly about certain things I have burned down. I will say that Gwen was trying to protect us by marking her territory, and it happened to be a territory shared by a demigod lichen, who did not take very kindly to her marking his territory. And then when confronted, as I assume there was a confrontation that I was not a part of, he took ill of whatever she may have said to him. And thus, when I was off to the north of the fortress that one day, trapping and looking for food to eat, I had found numerous animal carcasses impaled to the side of trees, as if they were giving a specific, you may have marked this territory, but it is mine. And it seemed like he made a really strong statement with it. So I took offense to the wastefulness that this lichen had presented with killing all of these fairly large animals, elk and deer, and then just letting their bodies go to rot, pinned up on a tree, away from naturally decomposing in the earth, and decided to go find him. Had my own conversation with this beast, and had found out that his actions were caused by Gwen. Because at first I did not know this. And then keeps looking at Gwen. And so then I had made her go take all of the animal carcasses, harvest them for food, and we chopped the trees down and burned them to provide ash back to the forest. And I had told the lichen to leave this area. He went south.
That sounds like the person we should already have burned that bridge.
And I am pretty sure he is the one who has slaughtered all of the dwarfs in that fortress. Alone.
And I'm the bad one for a simple act of recon. Okay.
You're the one who brought an army down on our head. I did nothing of the sort. So...
I'm an army versus a demigod. That's
instead, both of you stop. Instead, we have something running from here, from this area that it was meant to protect. We have a disease ravaging the land, your land. We have a crystal we cannot figure out what the fuck it does, and we are doing what about any of those?
Figure out a plan, I suppose.
We have to commit to something.
We can't take care of the crystal, and I'm not chasing that demigod lichen.
So we sit here with our thumbs up our asses, and we pretend that's what some solution is going to fall in our lap?
That's why we're discussing.
There's more people working to solve the issue of the crystals, not just us. And I do remember a specific person dying in the arms of Nikolai to give him an item that we have just sworn off from actually figuring out.
I don't think we've done
I feel like we can figure that out. Now, I would prefer it be messed with all of us ready for it. Considering last time it was just kind of dropped, it almost crushed you to death. And was not prepared for that.
Previous time we managed to somewhat get progress, but since then, unfortunately, Nikolai's only had bad fortune seeing the future of taking it out.
Yeah, absolutely. But if we are prepared to deal with this thing, instead of just when half of us are asleep, I feel like it could probably be handled. Looks to Nikolai. If you think so. Otherwise, there's a dragon.
There's also a dragon. But if we could kindly decide here and now what the fuck we are doing, I would greatly appreciate it. Because now it just feels like we're running to things and from things and not getting anything done. And by the way, the money your sister offered me is worth horse shit compared to the time that I have spent trying to clean up after your messes.
Apparently, you're not the only one cleaning up after other people's messes. Especially ones that you caused. But...
How many times have I saved your life?
I like it. One? Couldn't have done far more.
Okay, let's see. We're not doing any lichens. Oh, we're going to check the orb now, later. When do you suggest, if you suggested it, Kenna?
Oh, I don't care when, just not inside this tunnel. I would prefer not to bring the tunnel down on top of us.
There, we're near an entrance, if that's what you want.
I check it every time beforehand. We probably won't bring it down on top of us. And also, I'm a little exhausted, so I'd probably say not now. We could get moving towards the fortress, and after we're there, start working towards the dragon. Meanwhile, I can work on this.
We all agree on the dragon? Because I know we discussed it. However, kind of trying to run away for our lives. Is this a thing that we all want to pursue?
Not particularly, but if Nikolai is going to do it anyways, I will try to keep him alive.
It's with caution, not a bad move.
You know what else you didn't think was a bad move?
I don't know. Walking with you?
No, you thought that was a bad move when you fell in an icy lake. But continue.
I don't think that could have been foreseen.
My reserves about the dragon are purely selfish. I have a feeling it will try to kill me.
Why?
To be honest,
I can accept that.
It try to kill you?
Well, Nikolai, what was the purpose of the Protectorate dragons again?
To guard the new races against the old Anacta war machines, specifically against members of your
no.
Just sort of...
What did they fight against again? I remember you telling me. I just wanted to ask again. Make sure I'm correct on this.
Looks back.
It was something about. It was something about how they were built to fight against the primordials, the original people on this plane, right? Little tidbit. Keep this one close to myself. I have their blood inside of me, and that dragon is going to know it.
I see.
Does anybody else have anything they want to share with the class?
Because not all of you were there when I fought that elk. Only, at least, originally only Gwen was. But that is what gives me this fire.
I'll say it would be a calculated risk if it were to see you as more of a threat than the crystal, then I I'd actually be surprised.
It
it
could
could
kill
detect you-
both of it. They
Yeah,
could decide to
It
kill.
probably won't see me as a threat. It would probably just try to kill me.
It may also detect that you're a good-natured person. Sometimes.
Didn't I also hear that it would wipe out anything unnatural?
Yes. I think that may be a point. So it may also kill Gwen.
I mean, that's a bit overkill because she is still part of this world, whereas that blood crystal
Just
doesn't
looking at
seem
it
to
to
be.
the list.
Might also try to kill me.
It might just try to kill all of us once we let it out because it's got a grudge against every living thing in this world for locking it away for untold millennia.
Kalina told us that wasn't true.
I'd also
Kalina-
say we'd get some brownie points, at least for waking it up.
I feel
You know,
like
if
it,
it contacts
It's a brownie.
you said it was built to. It was talking about its role to do its job. If it's if it's made to do that, then it might stick to it. I appreciate you letting me out, but you cannot live. Type of deal.
it also made, because it was able to find me. It said, if I remember correctly, it said it was trying to contact everyone. That I was the only one that could get an anchor with. It's it could.
If you would like, go ahead. Sorry.
It could detect that you're helping, and maybe over the centuries of seeing that the war is mostly, if entirely over. I mean, that's hundreds of years.
Thousands.
How much knowledge does it have outside of its dormancy? None of us know that for sure. And if it's gonna try to kill several of us, then we have to see the South Seer first because they're the experts. And I personally would avoid anything that would try to kill me, as everyone else here would.
Sometimes I like running in danger, but this seems like something I can't handle.
I could try talking to it again, see if it can find me and talk to me, and we can talk to it a bit more. And also, it's typically closer to the town. Go ahead, sorry.
No, I'm just trying to think. Would it be a waste of time? Because South Seer would also eventually get here. But then what else are we gonna do? Because we haven't finished. We're gonna have to keep discussing our options, it seems like.
I mean, there's no real harm in just moving while trying to figure out what the orb does. Didn't that dying guy give you a message? What was it again?
Nikolai remembers, but I don't.
Does he?
Long ago.
Does Nikolai remember?
Yeah.
It's been weeks. Been through a lot of trauma. Do you remember?
I mean, I would.
Sounds like a history
remember
check incoming.
I would remember the dying words of someone dying in my hands who I didn't know at all. I'd be like, what?
It's just great because that's the session we don't have recordings for.
No, but I
Nope.
do have notes.
Yeah, but
While they're looking for that, Kenny goes and looks over to Skylar. See, this is what this
Entertaining.
group is about. Yes.
I've had a great deal of fun listening to you.
As you can see, we've been through a lot in a very short amount of time.
That is an understatement. Wow.
Can I, out of everything, because most of you have been very forthcoming with me, can I mention something that I think maybe has been overlooked so far?
Honestly, go ahead.
So that one, I believe his name is Nikolai. He said he portended a vision of these lands being lit ablaze.
Mm-hmm.
And then you all begin speaking of a dragon.
A dragon that could do that?
Is it perhaps red or gold?
Yes.
Then there is a decent chance that if you wake it up, that might bring that vision to the word I want, reality. Might make it real.
You know, I am glad you were here. That is exactly a decent point to make.
Well, I mean,
Then-
I can't be sure if that was a future changed or not changed.
Somehow thought that his vision was me burning everything down, but the dragon makes a lot more sense.
Oh, I mean, I'm sure that's also possible. Just like it could be possible that the people of the land do it. From what Gwen explained to me of this crystal, it seems to spread like a disease. And so what do you do if you don't want it to spread? You make sure, as was mentioned before, somebody, you starve it. So you would burn everything it would want to take. So it could have been the duchy itself. It could have been the dragon. It could have been Yukina. It could be many, many things.
Then we know a few things that we don't need to look into, since it seems like that might happen as a result of multiple things. Speaking. Let's see what else we can do.
I thought of something very important, Nikolai. If you excuse me, I will be back in a little bit. I'm just going right outside the entrance. You know, this is actually very nice. You'll actually have someone here and you won't be trapped on the inside of the tunnels if you have to come outside. Very, very nice. I am going to go and send a warning to that captain of the guard. Remember the little... I'm going to send a bird to speak to him so that he knows where that crystal is, what it can do, and how far away.
Yes, that's smart. Also, I still haven't tested. My power interacts with nature in a weird way. Well, I sort of forces nature sometimes. Who knows? I haven't tested it. I may be able to get out, but I'd rather not bet on it. So,
I will return, and she just walks off.
Yep.
I'm gonna look to Skyla and just sorry, I'm not good at talking with people sometimes.
No, it's fine. I don't expect you to speak if you're not comfortable with it. You're not the first person I've met that's like that. Sometimes your silence is just as welcome.
DM, quick summary.
Yes.
I go outside to right outside the entrance. I want to take a look to see what the weather is currently like.
Last follows.
Sure.
But yeah, so I'm gonna do the weather thingy real quick.
Okay. You know what? Go outside and make me a nature check.
You got it. Okay, not the greatest I've rolled. I rolled an 8. Nature, 13.
13?
Plus 5.
As previously mentioned, the sun is beginning to rise off in the distance. There are some soft gray clouds. It is lightly snowing. Snow is about a foot high in most places. There's very
difficult
little
terrain
wind.
type of foot high.
No, it's just in between where if you were to suddenly get a dump of snow in the next couple of hours, it would start getting worse. But right now, travel is unaffected.
Okay. And then ritually casting animal messenger.
Okay. And that 10-minute time is
bird.
Is Lars going to do anything while Kenna's doing some animal messenger?
No, Lars is just standing guard. He's actually first thing he do when he gets out. Are there any he knows he's up in the mountains, but are there any like shrubs or like moss or anything like that up here?
I mean, you could probably find something. Most
Nah, it's
everything is
just
covered
like-
in a layer of snow, but what are you looking for him for?
It is like his first thought is like, while I'm out here, I want to look to see if I can make a new bouquet again. But he also just wants to he also has gone outside because he just wants a bit of fresh air away from all the talking.
Yeah, you know what? Just make me a survival check. Let's see what you can rummage up.
Oh no, that is not a good roll. That is survival. Yeah, that's a hard 4.
Oh, yeah, that's real bad.
Ooh.
You know what? You go out for a little short walk to get some fresh air and to clear your head a little. But you kind of just get lost in the haze of all of the conversations that were had, realizing that a decision needs to be made, and you're trying to be a voice of reason, and so you just sort of get stuck in that, and you don't really actually focus on trying to find anything.
It's not ready. It's not
to
time
make,
yet.
yeah, to make a new bouquet.
It's not time yet, man.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say I summarize the gist of the direction we traveled to find the crystal and the site that we came upon. Wait, hold on a second. I need to see if there's a word count to this spell.
I think it's 25.
I don't actually think there is.
Really?
Oh no! You also speak a message up to 25 words.
Yep.
Bummer. Okay, let me get the fingers ready.
The fingers.
I get the fingers ready. All right. Tell me I wrote his name down somewhere. Oh yeah, Barak Kanan, half-orc guard captain. Okay, Captain Barak. Barak.
That's
You know what? I'm not even going to correct it. I'm just going to let that live.
What is it?
Barrack.
Barrack? Okay.
It's Barrack Canaan. But you know, it's fine.
Barak. Nah. Here we go. I'm actually going to leave it that way too. That's hilarious for Kenna. Captain Kanan. Actually,
A wonderful
he
pauses.
won't know it's from Kenna. I just realized this. He doesn't know my voice well enough to just realize.
But it speaks in your voice. I don't know. I think you're
Oh, it does
giving
speak
him
in your voice. Yeah,
It
yeah,
does.
yeah.
It does speak in
The
your
bird
voice.
does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're not giving it enough. I think you're not giving him enough credit.
Well, I forgot that the bird speaks in my voice, not just randomly starts talking.
Yep.
All right. Hmm. We traveled northwest. I don't know if you're counting northwest as two words or one word.
One word.
We traveled northwest. Found large crystal on river bank. It also depends on if you count one or two words. I've seen river bank as one, but river bank.
We'll see if it comes down to one word or not.
Okay. I'm at 10 right now, right?
I'm at 11.
Well, riverbank would have been one.
Yeah,
Okay,
River-
we're
yeah.
assuming that's one. Okay, then in that case,
Yeah.
we're still at.
All right. We'll see if I end up going over one. Whatever. Engaged in battle and lost.
Succinct, I like it. 15?
Yeah. I have my fingies up too.
All of us do, apparently.
Yeah. Can see invisibility. Gains resistances. 5 more.
Mm-hmm.
It is intelligent and learns.
Okay.
Nice message.
I had to skip giving him a distance, but I was hoping on the riverbank northwest would allow him to look at a map and see how far that would be.
Big river, but it'll give him an idea.
Also enough like, hey, this is a threat. Please don't go this way. It can do
Yeah.
all these things.
Yeah. All right. So that's yeah.
And the bird, once given its message, will flutter off of your hand and into the distance.
Mm-hmm.
For
I
funsies,
summoned
real
it
quick,
as a snowy owl.
look,
with
you know you don't
snowy
magically conjure these, right? You pull them from the environment.
Correct.
Okay, just making sure.
That's why I had to choose a creature that would be up here.
Yep. Which is why it's
'Cause
important. I
something
need you to roll me a D100 roll.
Oh.
You wanted a snowy owl? You didn't get one.
No,
You guys
you got your snowy owl.
You got a crystal infected owl.
What is this? What is oh no. I'm worried. I don't like the 100
Yeah,
roll.
You
It's
shouldn't.
not one I don't
No
you're
like.
one
telling
loves
me.
the 100 rolls. What are you
You're telling
talking
me I have to
about?
do them on every augury.
All right, I'm gonna do the single digit first. It's a 5. Okay, right in the middle.
Mm-hmm. Perfectly average.
95.
Okay, told you.
Wow. Okay.
Clutch.
All right. The owl flutters off. It'll likely deliver its message sometime before like noon.
Just beginning to eat his lunch, and the fucking just bird just dive bombs him.
The one
Then
scene
starts
from
talking.
you know the one.
You'd like to imagine this half-orc guard captain sitting at a small little table outside the tavern, like at Starbucks, and just an owl flies over and lands in his coffee cup.
Directly in it.
Well, that's just going to ruin everything.
Starts talking.
Okay.
So that would be about 10 minutes. Finding that I would say it'd be about 30 minutes before I go back. Before I go back inside or so.
Okay. Well, before we get into anything else, as requested, we will take our first break.
Yes.
We'll come back at roughly 50 past.
Gwen has been
50
very
past. You mean 52? 50 past is almost like
50 minutes
Half an
past
hour.
the hour?
oh.
No, he's right.
Yeah.
No, that's
50
right.
past is 10 too.
Not
But
It's
going to get a drink.
15,
Break.
50. Allow me to
I'm sorry.
enunciate.
Sorry.
By the way, before I go,
I also did.
love
I
Skyrim.
also did post a picture because I feel like I just kind of break statistics with the fact that I roll usually above an 80 with most of my D100s.
No, I trust you.
Yes.
I have a player in my Friday game that does it
No.
all the time.
No, it's not that I don't think you don't trust me. I'm just more or less amazed that I just don't roll usually below 70 or 80 ever.
So I think what the dice gods have done is combine you and me, because I don't roll D100s above 80, and so we even out.
But then why, when I touch his dice, do they all his rolls go to shit?
Because you're cursed. Because you're
Yeah,
cursed.
yeah. You're
I
a luck
can see that.
siphon. They exist. My life is one too.
I don't even get the luck either. It just goes.
Yeah,
Yeah, you just
You
take.
are-
I like how
just
you.
take it.
Hold on, Dyer. You said that, and your wife turned around to glare at you. Look.
I a luck siphon. Yes, she knows. No, she's actually proud about it. She didn't hear what I said. But she's proud of her
Well,
ability to steal.
Here's
luck
here's
from dice.
That's the thing
No.
is, it's not even stealing because she didn't gain luck when she touched my dice. She just made both of us roll shittily.
Yeah, that's because Owl is still in the infancy of her luck stealing abilities. My wife is well into it and very mature, and she gets the look. So don't worry, it gets better.
Oh, okay.
It gets better.
It gets better.
It gets better. But that being said,
I didn't roll well with those dice until I got all the way back to Michigan. I had to reset their luck at my desk.
That's great.
Parky, you should visit again sometime.
Break. Ugh.
I'm back. No one's here, of course. The frogs are screaming. Yeah. That's a thing. Hello, everyone's watching. I actually don't know who's watching. I don't have the thing open or anything. Yeah. Just gonna pick up my sister, as I have to do every time, because I always have to take the car, because I always have to do stuff. It's a little bit annoying, TBH. Especially since...
Alright, I'm back.
Hello, I'm just talking to whoever exists in the thing. I didn't miss anything,
yeah.
right?
I'm back.
No,
I didn't-
No. All you did was just miss us picking on Al about being a luck siphon on dice.
I see.
I still
I want to know what
think
the D100 roll was
even out.
for.
Oops, sorry.
Oh, I think we do. Absolutely. I just want to know. What I hate the most is not rolling a D100. It's just knowing, like, what is the D100 for? Like, that's what I just want to know what it's for.
Yeah. Nah, yeah, especially in the marches when you just like, hey, can you roll a D100 for me? It's like, why? Oh no, nothing.
Yeah, it's why. Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's not. It's just like, hey, what's everyone's passive perception? Why? Oh, no reason. It has the same feeling. Like, why are you asking this?
It's one of those moments. Like, are any of you elves? It's like, why?
Yeah.
Oh, no reason.
Or hey, does anybody have a neutral good alignment? Yeah. Yep.
How often do you contact your deity? It's like the what's his name? The one that plays Riker in the Next Generation, and just this series of him asking random questions on that show. Love that. Ooh.
I've been in an attempt to bring up
right.
change sensitivity on my phone, I think. Yes, I tried to change it in hopes that car noises aren't.
I'll be right back.
No, they're still there.
No.
Beep,
This sucks. I just
Okay.
don't like it because I'm like, y'all, I'm pretty much like, I can't speak for like a good leg just because of my having to pick up my sister.
Yeah, that can be frustrating.
You know, I'm on break, but Darius is gonna mute me, and then if I actually want to talk, I can't. Am I already muted?
No, you're there.
You're good.
We're not back yet. He's not even
Also-
sitting at his chair yet.
out, I know. I'm trying to drive. Like, it doesn't take long, but I don't like having to be muted for so long, even if I did that for like an hour of today's session or something. I don't know how to talk. I don't know how you guys talk. It's scary.
Using words.
Yeah, just make the word
Oh
go.
shit, Dyer's here. Hi, Dyer.
Oh
tried to-
no! I can leave.
The D is back.
Oh no, it
No,
just
I need
means
to
I gotta
say
be
this.
muted.
So-
I tried to change the sensitivity on my phone, but it's not gonna work. With how low I speak and driving. So I'm gonna be muted again, is the thing. I'm already being muted, no!
By the way, Dyer,
Nah.
how close was I to Lars when he
This is the
whispered
worst.
that? Like, under his breath.
Well, he was inside the cave at the time. That was before Ken had gotten up. I don't know.
Am I really muted?
No, you're not muted.
No.
Do you want to be?
Oh, he's answering a question.
I didn't hear anyone respond to me, so I was scared. It's hard to tell. Impossible to tell, actually.
Oh, that cavern there is about 60 feet in diameter. I guess it depends on where Lars had his bedroll set up.
Yeah.
I assumed, as far as the cavern description goes, it was me and Nikolai, and then Edelweiss, and then Lars, and like we would have been split, like forming a triangle within the room almost.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I imagine that.
So, however
Y'all
far that would have
guys
been to be
being friends
comfortable,
and
but
let me-
Given everyone was probably trying to stay near the fire, because, warmth is nice. I would
I
say,
do
it was,
know.
I would say it was within 30 feet. Probably within 20 feet.
Darn. Okay.
Yeah, you can have the
Yeah.
20 feet.
Ooh, good thing I didn't roll that when I was rolling for a D100.
You know,
Was it a
honestly,
one?
So,
never mind.
No, I rolled a 7.
Oh.
But do I get to know what the D100 was for?
If I kill the messenger in transit.
Oh, okay.
I got
Fair.
Calabash comes up just to kill Bird, goes back down. He's like, ooh, KFC.
It would have had. I'm assuming it would have been from the crystal,
yeah.
because snowy owls are considered a predator, and since they're large enough, hawks don't really bother with them, because an owl can still fight back pretty well.
It's absolutely about the crystal.
Yeah.
I
Oh no! If the crystal would have gotten my bird, can it actually learn my message?
You don't know that,
no!
It's a chance. There's a possibility of that.
No!
yeah.
Spicy.
Also, possibility that Skyla's already infected
Yep.
and she doesn't realize it because she's been drinking water that's been soiled. You know.
if we treat everyone like an
off chance, but
Well, so when we got there, it doesn't affect the water. It has to affect a living being. Because I was looking at the water when we got there in Dyer's. I even cast to see if it was good or bad, and he said that the water was fine and that it wasn't changed any colors or came off to be affected. Because what we know about the crystal is that it infects living organisms. So the fish, yeah, it could probably get the fish and stuff, but the water itself would be
Evil fish.
pretty normal.
I mean, tiny
um,
microscopic crystals could be broken off. Maybe they wouldn't live long,
Yeah.
but they'd probably be in the vicinity.
underwater plant life too.
The real question
Really
was,
evil cop.
I did go and make. I don't know if you gave me an answer with this. I did make it a point to look at the river from where we at before engaging in any of the combat.
Mhm.
Was the river quickly flowing or slowly flowing?
Quickly.
Quickly. Okay.
Yard.
There's a lot less to worry about a quickly flowing river.
Yep.
It flows too fast and it's too cold for a lot of things to grow or to stay long enough to be harmful to drinking.
Those ice sharks.
Wouldn't put it past zebra
Yeah,
mussels.
except for the ice sharks.
In any case, we're all here, right? And I have to disappear soon. I really do not like
Yep.
it.
Please.
I'm also gonna be late to pick up my sister, but you know,
Oh.
that's
Has everybody returned?
I will.
unfortunately.
Before we get started, I want to say one thing about the dice curse that I inflicted on Hargy. At least I asked to touch his dice first, and he said yes, so it was consensual.
Never again. I learned my lesson.
Well, dice stealing. Okay.
You only had to get herpes once.
All right. Well, game time.
Anyways.
Diversion.
That is what you called it when it happened. I am just restating the facts.
So let's get back to it, shall we?
D&D.
That's what we're here for.
Well, Kenna and Lars are outside. Apparently at least Kenna's outside for at least a half hour. What's going on inside of the cave? How are you making use of your time? Or is it just like finally awkward silence and you're just waiting?
I feel like we should keep discussing our
Well.
plans. Because, why not?
I can. Yeah.
So, the dragon's off the table, it seems like. I guess we gotta figure out what kind of angle we want.
Yeah. I don't know.
Might I ask a question? Is it
Go ahead.
Is it solely the responsibility of those in the party here to take care of this infection on the land? Or do you not have an overarching leadership of some kind that would be responsible?
There's...
No. We do.
Well,
Go ahead.
We've figured this whole thing out ourselves, but other people are apparently already on it. However, we're not specifically, we're acting on our own. So
No,
don't
we
know.
are acting on our own, and we didn't figure any of this out. Other people do it ahead of us.
No.
We are just learning as we encounter it.
Everyone just seemed kind of like they wanted to, and I personally just decided to go along with it, that we should do something, but the closest
not
thing we
our-
have is...
It's not our responsibility. At best, we're concerned bystanders trying to do anything good in the middle of a wildfire, but...
Well-
like I said, beats sitting around with our thumbs up our asses.
Well, I mean, having a direction in life is important. But, if I might, again, offer a little bit of wisdom, if you have people responsible for tending to it, and you say it is capable of learning and adapting itself, isn't it best that you actually engage it less? So that way, when the larger body responsible for dealing with it has less problems?
Problem
That's
is-
the intention. I just worry that we'll be forced to, and not on our own volition.
We are... I know in my line of work I was going to be bound to run into it. Actually, that's an interesting question, Dyer. This has been going on for several months, you said.
What has?
This crystal plague, right? And I've never
No.
encountered it before? No?
I did not say that. These are the first instances people are seeing and dealing with it.
Got it.
I'm so
okay.
sorry for that.
Yeah,
Misheard that.
actually, there's a bit of buzz in the background. Can you mute for a little bit until you speak again, Edelweiss?
Can you mute me for a little bit?
Sure. Just message me when you want to be unmuted.
I don't care.
Rip. Hey, I ain't got time for other things. I'm trying to run D&D.
Sorry. Yep. I mean, at least according to Mordrin, it's just like appearing it maybe within the
Okay.
last month or so.
All right.
It's appearing.
Misheard that.
Yeah.
Congo, get out. Out. There are no Pop-Tarts down there for you.
Pop-Tarts. Anyway.
No, we're not solely tasked with dealing with it. We're not tasked with dealing with it at all. We just
I was
are
getting
in
that.
the area.
But when in Rome,
I don't know what that means.
what's Rome?
What's wrong?
I don't know either.
Well, here's I'm just offering my wisdom. If you don't think it's worthwhile to listen, that's up to you. After all, you all have your own choices to make.
I think at least right now, not engaging with it, but observing it. Just notating where it moves, how it moves, what it does, you know.
But does,
at least knowing where it.
Isn't that what got you in trouble last time?
It is. It's very perceptive.
Yes, but we were going to do that anyway.
No.
I didn't know it could see invisible things. So invisible, intangible, but they can. So that's useful.
He had his own idea of what was going to happen, and executed his plan accordingly. We have a lot on our plate. We can't quite decide what to get into first, and what to leave alone, if you can't tell.
Well, if you can't stop a virulent, world-eating plague that learns the more you deal with it, I suggest you stay away. Because all it does is make it more difficult for other groups to deal with it.
I feel like the only problem with that, though, is that the crystal tends to disagree about staying away.
Alright, so you're telling me now it's stalking you?
Not stalking us for
stalking, but attacking in general.
Has made itself scarce.
That's my
could
point,
only
though.
hope it.
You leave the areas that it's in.
That would involve evacuating a whole town.
And more.
You should do that, yes.
But
That, while I entirely agree with the sentiment, that's hard.
you do have power, Nikolai, even if it's not, yours at the moment. And it's obviously more complicated.
So what are our options in looking more into this orb?
Well, taking the precaution of checking it beforehand every time.
That's done you nothing so far. Absolutely nothing.
Exactly, but it's better
always...
than lying face first on the stone, so Go ahead.
I mean,
what review our notes.
I mean, what else can we do? What else can we do aside from just standing in one spot and checking every day to see if anything is different?
Finding someone that may have more information on it, although that's a little bit hard when we don't know what it is. There's that. There's,
Nikolai, what did Edgar mean when he said there were rats in harbor? When you hired me, I asked you that question, and you told me not to pry. It wasn't my job. Well, honestly, if we're talking about my job, you're not paying me enough for the job that has been offered. So
that might as well. It's basically was a call sign, or a call. It was a signal that I was needed, and it seems to have been relating.
What if I could provide more information?
that would be a first. Willingly?
Oh,
Impressive.
Wow, now that's what's aggressive.
Let me gather my thoughts and as long as you promise not to kill me, then that's all I care about. And if not, then never mind. And I have to go on mute again. Sorry, guys. Leave you with that.
Nikolai,
Gathered.
where are you? Who needs you right now? And why are we not there?
Out of character question,
Mm-hmm.
but I'm pretty sure I have this right. I'm just making sure I got the interpretation down.
Mm-hmm.
It was she needed me, right? When
Yes.
Edgar gave me that message.
Like, what happened was, I'll just explain it out loud, but this is for Nikolai. Handoff was made specifically
Yep.
to you because a favor
Yep.
was being asked of you to figure out what the hell this is.
Yep.
That's what happened.
Thank you. I was sure of it. Thank you. Okay. Yes, that was. I need to figure out what it is. It's not exactly aware, not right now at least. Probably until once I figure it out, then it will probably reveal where.
Who needs you, then?
That's the question.
Does it seem like he knows the answer to this question, Dire?
You can insight check. There's an ability score for that.
I'm going to spend an inspiration point to reroll that.
Uh-oh. That means
Okay,
this is
that's
getting
fair.
Is
serious.
that a deception check on my?
And yes, it is a deception check from you. If you
At
are trying to
disadvantage,
withhold
good.
information, there is a deception check.
Yes. Oh, a 13.
13? Okay, so I rolled an 11 plus 6 for a 17.
Oh.
It looks like Nikolai is withholding some information. And you don't know if he's lying, but you don't know if he also knows. Like, if there's just... He's not saying something, and it could be like an omission of the truth, or it could just be ignorance.
Nikolai, I'm here because I believe in what you're doing. I'm not here for your money. I'm definitely not here for your attitude most days. But I need something in return, because I don't know what this is. But I can see that it's something important. When you lead people, you have to give them something to believe in, something to follow. You have to give to your men. You have to give to your people. What are they following you for? Why do they want you to be their leader? We're still ass deep in secrets even with what all has come out. We're not gonna get anything done this way. I just want to help, and I'm frustrated because we aren't doing anything.
That I can agree on. Okay. This is and you will not tell anyone outside of this.
Except for Skyla and Edelweiss.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Skyla, you are lucky. But I'm pretty sure you probably don't care too much.
Who am I going to tell?
I love her so much.
I also love her so much. it is make sure I'm saying the name right with my accent. You
don't say.
Okay. Yeah. It's Ratri. Goddess of secrets. It's I don't know in the exact way that I am connected to her. I just know that I am in relation to my father and any the coin that he has will lift from his pocket and spin, and also in relation to this.
You don't know?
Title bearer. Yes, he would have said title bearer instead of god. Whatever.
What?
Same thing.
It's
Same thing. God is interchangeable with
same thing.
Do I know anything about? Go ahead.
Yeah, no, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, do I know anything about this deity?
Make a religion check. And for the record, I will give you information regardless of how poorly you roll.
Thanks.
There are just some generic things a lot of people tend to know about just the pantheon.
Okay. Ooh, that's not bad. A religion?
Religion.
17.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so first of all, there are a couple of upfront things about Ratri, which is Ratri, otherwise known as the Rogue in some circles. She is the goddess of secrets and thieves and assassins. There was no like centralized religion around her because of the fact that she is the goddess of secrets. It is widely believed Ratri has multiple forms, all of which are different beings of power that exist all over the world and in other planes of existence, and it's all just a way for her to gather information. It is part of the folklore is that it is believed rats themselves and rodents are her eyes and ears. And so when her people tend to do dealings, they tend to have turns of phrase that involve that. And it's also the reason why some people are a bit cautious to speak in like the lesser parts of towns where rats are very prevalent, because they think the goddess is listening. And for 17, here's a little tidbit. Here's a little piece of racism. Tafakari elves, my settings drow, my dark elves, are historically speaking, Tafakari were created sometime during the Great Creation War for Ratri's contribution to helping overthrow the primordial gods. She played a significant part in winning the war. And in doing so, she had the Tafakari race made when the title bearers came into power originally. And so people are very openly distrustful of Tafakari because they think Ratri can listen and see through their eyes and ears, regardless of whether or not they choose to or not. And so sometimes Tafakari tend to get a lot of hatred because of that. And they're also sometimes referred to as rat elves for that reason. Enjoy.
So this entire time, this hasn't just been a favor from another noble. This has been a divine calling of sorts that's been put on you.
Yeah, you could say
Right.
it that way, yeah.
Right at the same time that you find yourself in this area with this plague and some thing of untold power.
Yep.
You know, when they throw you a curveball, It's always going to hit you upside the head.
Yeah.
Gods, that is, they're fickle like that.
Oh yes, it's very fun. Yep.
All right, you got me. Listen, I am sure that I reek of it, but I've dealt with a few in my time, and so if you say, and I believe you, that what you are dealing with is sent from something greater, or compelled by something greater, I will cast my lot in with you, regardless of how you speak to me, at least for now. But Nikolai,
Yes.
thank you.
Yep.
You shouldn't keep this from the others, you know.
No, I shouldn't. But also, it's not exactly the best optics. A noble family associated with a deity of secrets.
The noble family is also now associated with an axe murderer and a lichen. One of which publicly.
Oh. Yes.
There are worse things to happen. She's been cold to him all morning, him and Kenna both, but she walks over, she puts a hand on his shoulder, and she says, "You need to remember this. What I said, though. Give them a reason to follow you. We've all been honest, more so than we would like to. Repay that in kind. Nikolai, you won't regret it."
Is honesty really what you guys...
Edelweiss, I know now, and I can say with reasonable certainty, that you're the sort who deals in secrets, with secrets, nearly exclusively. You don't like conflict, you don't like being involved in conflict, and yet you find yourself enmeshed in it. You yourself are holding on to maybe the biggest secret out of all of us, and you think we can't see it.
I'm not that naive to think I'm... However, that's the card I was dealt with.
You have a chance now, to be honest.
Very well. If I don't have to worry about anyone killing me outright, I will give you some information as long as I don't have to out who I'm employed to. But trust me when I say the person I am allied to is not someone bad. And I don't think the intentions I was supposed to get the orb was any bad. That's
You were supposed to retrieve the orb.
It's not that difficult, but I don't think this plan is going to work out, so my backup plan is whatever's going to keep this orb safe at the end. Whichever.
Do I believe them?
I also
You already know
like
what
to
I'm
try
gonna
and believe
say. Just like, can I roll an insight check?
19 total.
Could I roll something or
Persuasion.
persuasion?
Persuasion if you're telling the truth. Deception if you're telling a lie.
Take 'em. Persuasion. That is a 22.
Right, and what did you actually roll? A persuasion or just a...
17 plus. I rolled persuasion. I have a +5 to persuasion. I got 17.
Okay. All right. Edelweiss seems to be pretty forthcoming. It is in the nervousness that they are revealing this truth to you that it seems too genuine to be a lie.
What if I will first.
Gwen disapproves.
Quite
Gwen severely
Moment of hate.
disapproves.
Mom is disappointed.
Disappointed in what?
What's that clip that Bones has? Tiger Mom is disappointed.
I don't know what is disappointed at.
Dishonesty.
I don't know. Being pretty
great.
honest. So we all are. You also have whatever behind that wants the orb.
And what is it, and why do they want it?
I say as I try to find a note that's on my phone.
Going back to a lot of notes.
We're going deep. Original motivations, which y'all should know.
I had notes that I want to
Oh, y'all had
refer to this when this is gonna happen. I cannot find it on my phone right now. Okay, let me try to remember the best I can.
y'all had these.
Don't know. Or do I know? I don't think I do not know. Do I? I believe
You don't know. So
not for sure.
you don't know the
Yeah.
motivations as to why they want it. You were just tasked to get it.
I don't know the motivations, unfortunately, and I wasn't gonna press. However, I can tell you some things that might aid in believing I'm not a threat. For one, I know my master quite well. I don't want any harm to happen. I don't think they would send me on a mission that would oppose my beliefs or make me a slight uncomfortable, especially if it's my own first mission. Secondly, it's my own first mission. You can trust me on that. I have not had these powers quite long. If they truly wanted it, they could have easily sent someone much more capable than I. I'm a decent liar, but I definitely don't have the power to back it up. If they truly wanted it, they would have sent someone much more stronger. I also had an opportunity to have taken it already. However, they told me to stay my hand. If they truly wanted it, then it would have been gone quite a bit ago. But it's not.
It sounds like your master wants the same as my deity to understand it.
Precisely. As much as they told me. And I have quite a bit more information as long as you.
Let's get the others in here first. And she goes over and she pounds on the door.
This reasoning suffice for the very least.
Yes.
And,
yeah.
As she's walking past Nikolai, she says, "So you've got a spy and an assassin and a werewolf and a murderer. I bet you've never felt safer in your life."
I don't think there
Not
would be a better
that-
way.
I didn't think my first mission would be being a spy or an agent. That's what I ended up being.
You might want to reconsider wherever it is you work, Sweet Pea, because it sounds like that's all they do.
That's what many things do. However, I've known them long enough. I trust them.
Cut away.
Perhaps.
Lars has returned from his stroll, mostly distracted, having thought about all the things spoken of in the cave. For fun's sake, about a half hour's passed.
I sure do love the way that the sun hits the peaks. Sorry to bring this up, but slamming your fist into a stone doesn't make as much noise as you'd think it would.
Yeah,
Especially on the opposite side of the stone.
I've got to punch something, and I'm really mad.
I don't think me and Lars would literally hear nothing.
Yeah.
He'd just be slapping a rock.
Me miming it was more for fun. Yeah, it doesn't sound like that at all.
Yeah. It's we would hear nothing. Do you have a good walk?
No, just trying to make sense of a lot of things and trying to evaluate how I can get the group moving together as one, like I want them to, but I know it's early days and they are. We're still new to each other, and it'll be harder to overcome, and I think I've accepted that. I'm just kind of confused at the moment.
That's fair. I do have to I do have to be open. It is really fun to make them upset. Getting them all worked up. It is super, super fun. I haven't been able to experience that kind of back and forth since I was back in the tribe. Being alone with animals, they don't really have the same sarcastic attitude that people do, and it has been fun. I feel like I should probably go ahead and ease up a little bit, but yeah.
But is
You
that
don't have to
something
worry about me.
is that something you enjoy doing?
Every now and then, it's good to get people riled up. I'm going to be easing up a little bit and not really pushing anything too hard, but sometimes it's fun.
I mean, there is teasing, and there is letting someone know that they're not doing their job properly. I would think that the other way of telling them they're not doing their job properly or not behaving properly is not detrimental to the group, and doing what you're doing, which I have nothing against, because I don't want to be a leader. I don't want to be I don't want to be the person who everyone looks to. But in my opinion, it's not the best to rile someone up who can easily rip off your head and eat it.
Maybe. But then that's a challenge all on its own, right?
The problem is I've never really had conflict with my family. We were all very nice to each other, and the only conflict I had was with my half sister. So I am very unexperienced in such matters of a group not working together as one.
There's a shrill whistling sound that comes from behind both of you.
Slowly moves.
When you turn to regard, you see that the druidic stone door is carving itself free, but instead of fire, you're seeing that there was air being forced out between the cracks.
Yeah.
And eventually it opens up, and on the other side you see Skyla looking at going, it doesn't really make any sense to pound on stone. It doesn't make any noise.
I was angry, and I needed to hit something.
Oh, well, okay.
Nikolai is sworn to a god of secrets, and Idolice is a spy.
Yeah, that's all true.
I don't know what you're...
Kenna looks to Lars. Now, see, this is interesting.
I understand. I understand that you hate me, Glenn, but you have all the right to. But just because we're opposed
just
doesn't mean...
Stop, please. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. You two, we need to talk.
Spies are not necessarily bad things, you know.
Having such a nice conversation, but as you wish.
even for a post, or I wouldn't want to be that. I don't think Ratchet's bad.
Listen, I'm not the one calling anybody a monster. That's all I have to say.
That's not
Well, as they're walking, I would look to Lars and just go, as we walk in. All I'll say is, I can agree with you, but I grew up with constant conflict in my family. So, sometimes it's missed.
Yes, please don't kill me.
God.
The family life of Mordahine and Kenna is complete opposite. As far as like the home life, it's always being an argument or a struggle, and always being told no, you can't have fun.
That's what kind of a little bitch.
Well, otherwise, I don't know how to
character?
explain this to you. If I were going to kill you, I would have done it already.
I believe that.
Man, you still have the chance to.
When you invited an assassin into your group, what do you think would have happened the first night?
Well, nothing, because I'm here, but like...
And also, I could see you.
Okay, I get it. I guess one least possible.
So,
Least
in
running,
short,
yeah.
would you like to inform the two of them about what we just discussed, or do you mind if I go over the details?
I'll. So, the reason why
Edelweiss, in the meantime, can you mute yourself, please?
Sorry, mute.
Thank you.
In the reason why I'm out here, besides what I told you, Kenna, which is still true, but there is an ulterior. I am, as Gwen so eloquently said, sworn to a goddess of secrets.
And?
The rogue, Ratri. And that orb, she assigned me to understand it, basically. That man that died, Edgar, yeah, that was what the signal was.
Well, you didn't really lie then. You came out to this region of the world to look for, technically, me, and then you were given the orb afterwards.
Yeah, more just omission of truth.
Lie of omission. And I don't just lie.
Question to DM.
Mm-hmm.
Would Lars know anything about the title bearer through the hegemony?
Make a religion check.
That's 18 plus religion. God, I don't do religion often. That's a 2, so it's a 20.
Okay, that's pretty good. Well, so like I said, you're part of the hegemony, even if mildly unwilling sometimes. You know that Ratri has, along with everything else aforementioned to Gwen, you know that Ratri has an influence on the hegemony in that Ada Dawnlight, referred to as Ronnie Dawnlight, Ronnie is her title, is a follower and worshipper of Ratri, as more or less the patron god of assassins. She uses parts of the teachings of Ratri in order to train her assassins, but she does not force the religion on any of the assassins who do not wish to learn specifically of the ways any greater than necessary to become a better killer. So you will come across a handful of assassins that have very specific ritualistic stylings to their kills. And the ones that do adhere to the religion very strictly do tend to be some of the better killers in the hegemony. In that they leave fewer pieces of evidence, if any. They can tend to shift themselves to be invisible at will. And they are very good at knowing the exact moment to strike for a kill.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's pretty prevalent in hegemony. Granted, just one aspect of Ratri at the very least, which is the assassin's side.
But my point is, now we have a direction, I feel like. Because... Sorry, I've made a lot of...
And follow the orb.
Yes, as in follow the orb.
I'm glad that was cleared up.
Group effort.
No need to...
Can we follow the orb to going
I
towards our ball?
Don't. I have.
You have to say words.
That is
Yes,
a
yes,
mood.
yes, I understand. I'm not quite good with words. I just want to die. Please.
I feel like many people were offering to do that. I'm just saying.
Okay, maybe
You
I
can't
should have.
remind them. You can't... Skyla... You're a sweetheart. You can't remind them of that. They'll just clam up. They hate it here.
Then they should leave.
Need to make sure I finish this. Well, I already failed my mission, but I just want to make sure this thing's safe at the end. Fine. The thingy misses. I'm trying to steal the orb, but I guess I'm not, because I already outed myself because I am more concerned about the consequences of failing than succeeding. And main importance is it doesn't end up in the wrong hands, which at least if everyone here knows, then it shouldn't. That's some accountability, even if I don't think everyone hears, well, you know, but I don't think they do anything bad with it, at least. That's what I've gathered.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
What is this orb
Yeah.
you all keep referencing?
It's a...
Oh, well.
It's round.
I know
Yeah.
kind of what it is.
It's around.
I don't know if we should bring this up to someone who's not around.
We can't really show you because it might bring down the tunnel on us, but like...
It's
Why?
an item
I
from
don't
the
know.
Primal Wilds.
Oh, that's a...
Each
I think you...
It's not. It's not.
So it
What is
seems
it?
like no one knows what it is.
Nikolai,
That's the point.
Nikolai,
Nikolai?
I think I'll agree.
you seem the most. You seem like you might know this term. Nikolai, do you know what a deafact is?
Say again? As you
A
start casting.
deafact.
Say again. A day effect? The player doesn't know what the word is.
Yeah,
Uh,
but
Nikolai
Nikolai
might.
might.
So, yeah, make a history check and I'll explain it
That's
to the player and the character as necessary if the check is decent. I'll explain to the player anyway. Hey, look, the one-time disadvantage
yes!
didn't screw you. So the short
Yeah,
answer
my
is
history-
what do you get?
a 20, a 24,
Whoa, double
and a
20s?
24 and a 20. So you rolled.
Wow.
Unnatural.
So the short answer to
Thank
explain
you.
to the player, a deafact, is simply an artifact of power that was either created, handled by, or imbued with god power at some point or another, specifically tied to a god or past god.
Deafact.
Deafact, yeah, deafact, like deity and artifact crammed together.
Artifact.
They are also traditionally in my setting more modeled after Matthew Mercer's Vestiges of Divergence. So, you know, things of ancient power that are dormant and then slowly wake up over time with usage. Stuff like that. So yeah, deafacts more specifically are just, like I said, are items or objects that are infused with power from gods. And they tend to be very, very powerful and very rare.
Oh, that's a slightly different definition than I got, which makes me want to ask the question. Because I thought you said it was more of a title bearer thing.
That would be a god item.
related,
If
yes,
it is
that's what I said.
Yeah, I
title
know, but not
bearers
like any
are-
other
yeah.
general high and mighty being.
No, well, when I refer to gods, I'm referring
Yes,
to
go
title
for
bearers.
Okay.
I will never refer to another deity of power as a god.
Okay,
They might be
thank you.
godlike, but they are not a god.
Making sure. Thank you.
Yes. So for
We may
sorry,
move
just
on.
to clarify real quick, an object or item created by one of the primordial gods is not a deifact. It technically fits the premises, but is not. One created by an archfey, also not a deifact. While they probably have their own technical names, don't have them on hand because those items are typically in completely different planes of existence, which no one's going to visit for anytime soon, except maybe Friday. But they're not going there anytime soon, so I don't have to worry about it. Continue.
Thank you.
You say that now. You say that now.
Skyla, do you have anything to drink?
Yes, I do.
So you are aware of it, Nikolai?
So
You
let
might
me get this straight.
wanna-
We're all a bunch of random people with something of incredible power, and we have to try and figure out what it is.
Wait a minute. Does everyone even know what this is? Okay. Fuck. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes. Yes.
Well, I gave it to
Baseline.
Nikolai because Nikolai is a bookworm and also has a relationship with the goddess. So
While Gwen is pouring up with Skyla, she just looks to the rest of the group and she says, I want this to be a lesson to each and every one of you as to why we don't keep secrets. Because we spent 3 weeks fucking around the wilderness, nearly getting killed by the elements, when we could have been on this from day one.
Yep.
Any
So what-
trouble?
Casting augury for if I were to take the orb out of the bag and look at it. Would
You
it
know-
do bad things?
you know the rules.
Here it comes. Please.
What?
Please. Oh, so close.
Wait,
So close.
I want to stop Nikolai there. Because I'm still
Well, you're not
done.
going to stop him there, but you can pause the narrative real quick. Given that this is going to take him,
Mid-cast.
him casting, that's going to take a minute.
Never mind, I can't. Because you're doing that. Never
Well, I
mind.
mean, you can stop him from casting
Yeah.
it.
Wait, I'm not done.
Yes. Okay.
Do you want to?
continue. I
Does
still have a
everyone
minute.
else know what this is? Besides Nikolai, or should I just explain for Nikolai, or do you want to explain to the group?
Still casting. It's very powerful object.
I'm sorry, you can't do
You,
you can't have
No.
you can't hold a conversation and also psychically focus on your augury. And no, that's not how that
Well,
works.
it's because your augury has verbal
It's-
components.
thematic, yeah.
Yeah. So imagine trying to be Doctor Strange, casting a very complex spell, and also explaining how to do open heart surgery. You can't do both. Maybe he could, but in an instance, you're not him.
Like he totally could. But Nikolai can't. Just then nods in the Oasis direction and continues casting.
It's an object that holds the power of any title bearer that ever was. However, with something so powerful, it's obvious that it'd be probably not in our hands, yes?
Well, it's in our hands now, isn't it?
Every
It seems
title-
like it was given to Nikolai by a title bearer.
No. Every title bearer that has ever been, including the ones no one knows about, no one remembers. This object belongs to one that no longer is around. And that's obviously something people want to get their hands on, and something that can cause a lot of trouble if it gets their... Bad people get their hands on it.
Hmm.
You spend a lot of time worrying about what's yet to come, what may never come.
And what
Also,
would
weren't
eventually
you
come
told
of
to
this...
steal it for somebody?
Indeed, because...
Because they wanted to get their hands on it?
And if
some
they,
reason.
as I explained to the group, if they were so desperate to do it for nefarious deeds, I would have been the one getting it. And I certainly would
Or they
have
could
gotten
be
it
faking
already.
and not be nefarious.
And I already would have taken it anyways. It was something they so desperately wanted.
They might have a different timetable that they're working on. So, I appreciate you telling us this, I really do, but what faith do we have in you that if they appeared to you right now and said, why don't you go ahead and take it, What faith can we have that you wouldn't do exactly that?
Because I could easily be killed because I'm not that powerful. It wouldn't throw me right in front of the line of fire like that.
You seem certain
They're
of
not
that.
here. I'm quite certain about that. And obviously, you would have the least trust in me, and everyone would have the least trust in the person who's been lying to them all these times, but I'm not a bad person at heart, I don't think. At least, cosmologically speaking, I don't want to cause any trouble. Especially not with
Nikolai
something...
nods in agreement. He can't talk, though.
Especially not something like this.
Was
That
fine until I realized you were going to just leave me to die without helping. So, yeah, I don't trust you, but...
Yes, because the person without shoes would be stepping on tracks filled with blood crystals, being left by a bunch of things.
I'd always says it were the road through the murk is paved with good intentions, so keep that in mind. And the rest of us are sticking our necks out for you, with you. I'd advise you to start doing the same.
Oh, no, I'm not. I don't know. I'm saving him.
Yeah, no. I expect
Yeah.
no one to save me. As I discussed with Lars earlier, I don't expect anyone to save me. I've been saved twice, and I can only... This time, I think I can only make sure I don't die myself. Because I don't imagine anyone trying to help. And that's fine. I don't blame anyone on that.
Just has to be a reason to, otherwise, that's all.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I understand completely. I don't fault anyone on this.
So,
It's
where now?
scary, but...
What does Skyla have to drink?
Yeah, so yeah, while you guys have just been doing this, as usual, she's digging really deep into her bag, and she ends up pulling out a gourd. It's black with yellow spots. It's got a big stopper on the top. And you hear the, and you, Gwen in particular, due to your very gnarly sense of smell, pick up the first hints of something that is very sweet, and then just like the whiplash from exactly how alcoholic it is. There's even a moment where she pops it off and it kind of fills the air. Even the fire kind of just gets a little bit bigger and then stops. She pulls out another one of her little wooden bowls and she fills it about halfway and then just kind of holds the bowl up to you.
I accept it graciously.
Enjoy.
Thank you. Is this something that I'm familiar with? Is this that?
It looks similar, but that's from the native homeland of the Doreen. She's not from here, so it could be. I mean, yeah, you don't know if this was made in the gourd or she's just using the gourd to store it.
How far? We're on the west. No, we're on the east coast.
You guys are on the east coast.
Yeah. How far west have you been on?
I passed through, both the home of the dwarves and the Doreen, and then I was coming in through the home of the elves.
So you did cross the desert.
Ah, yes. For a time. It was quite arduous.
Is this a mixture of theirs? Just sort of nods towards...
It's a part of the recipe. Like, I learned from them during my time there. This is my own.
I'm actually from that area.
As a matter of fact, I've not uncorked it since. So,
fresh.
Very. Let me know how it is.
Will do. Gwen will enjoy while the rest of them are doing their thing.
Okay. Let me know when you finish it.
Gwen's gonna whine Mom for a second. She's supervising.
I will give transparency that I do have to report this. Even, unless, they already know. That's also a possibility. I don't know how much knowledge I've been getting, but... I, again, don't want to cause any trouble, so please understand that.
It might be a little late for that.
You're
at
wine
least-
momming.
I am wine mom.
Drink.
You're wine momming.
Well, that's fine. This one just as well as I could have expected that to go. As I live another day, as long as I still have time, that's all that matters.
So I ask again, I'm packed. Where are we heading now?
Is the casting finished?
Yeah, if you've been still focusing on it, yeah, it'll finish. And with your 67, you will your vision will darken, your senses will dull, the sounds of everything going on around you will slowly quiet, and as per usual, you'll feel your mind rush, restoring a bit of that migraine. And you will glimpse past thousands of choices, multiple conversations, various, ones that are being held in this cave, exactly, with a whole roller coaster of different outcomes. And you will eventually reach the moment where it is you, as everything sort of blurs and all of the light kind of just vanishes. And it's just kind of focusing on the bag where you know the orb is, and just a hand. You don't even know if it's your hand, because there are no rings to it. And you just sort of drop the orb out, and nothing seems to happen. And then you sort of rush back. The response is wheel. Or in layman's terms, thumbs up.
Nikolai
Hey.
rushes out of it and is noticeably more excited. Instantly picks up the bag.
Now you look
Hannah, can you open up the
excited.
door?
Say again.
Can you open up the door? I believe
I
it's
can-
okay for me to test it.
Out of
Was
character,
the
very.
door
Go ahead.
Was the door shut in your vision or open? Because I'm not one for searing, but I know if you change the circumstance, it can change the outcome.
Fair, it was inside the cave, but it was only just
You don't know
a hand. I don't know that? Okay, it was
Nope.
just
Apparently.
darkness.
You
Hand
literally
reaching
just
to
know
the
the orb dropped into a hand. That's it.
Ah,
I will stand by the door. How far away is the door?
30 feet.
Okay. I will stand by it in case, but how about we leave it shut for a second?
fair. Okay. Man, really wish I wasn't exhausted doing this. Anyway,
Lars will pipe up and just say, if this goes wrong and the tunnel collapses, how are we going to explain this to the druids?
Won't you be dead?
I mean, I'm not going to be anywhere near this. I'm going to be going towards the exit. And he's like backing away slowly.
Well, then I'd suggest not being here when the druids arrive. Should they discover your corpses months from now.
Yeah. I'm going to be in the vicinity of Misty stepping, but not too close because I know Ken doesn't want to be nearby me at all.
For the record, from my understanding, the door to the outside is not being open.
Yeah, I know, but if Kenna wants to open it, if anything goes wrong, then,
I can reach out 30 feet, so I could, we could sit by the door, and then, drop the bag, pull the orb out from, flip it upside down.
Kenna's like, no.
Pretty.
You know, that needs to be away. I remember what happened in the fortress. I remember how big its area was and what I had to do to get it away. So we're going to put that thing that way, away from the exit, in case we have to flee.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
check my.
So
Let me
if
check
I remember
my
correctly,
spells real fast because I'm pretty sure I'm not ready for this.
the cave is 60 feet
Yep.
across. So if I have the bag at one wall, go 30 feet away from that, and then from Nikolai 30 feet to the exit, that would be 60 feet.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
you saw the orb dropping into a hand, right? It's not like you
Yes.
saw magical means grabbing it. It means you and the bag need to be together.
Yes.
It's
This
not
also
like your
depends on
vision
how
with the orb falling onto the ground or being picked up by a mage hand, or no, it was being dumped into a physical hand.
It also depends on how confident Nikolai is in the spell, and a lot of the time it's shown him death. So the vision is a little
Okay.
bit. I mean,
I think Nikolai, you are in no state to handle this.
But he's the only one who can.
Can't believe I forgot the NPC's name randomly.
Skyla.
Gaia?
Skyla.
Skyla. There's an L there.
Yes.
I wanted to say Skyra, but okay.
That'd be a
Skyla.
good name,
Skyla,
though.
would you possibly be by the door with the rest of them while I empty this into my hand?
Sure. I think what you're doing is a terrible idea, but I'll happily be near the exit.
Yes.
So, one thing, Nikolai can identify it. Can I identify it? Can I do anything with it once she gets it?
She is hardier. Should anything be wrong with it, though?
Concern.
Oh yeah,
same.
absolutely.
Same.
But in character, Nikolai's super gung ho about this augury turning out real well and got real excited like a cat with catnip. So at the moment, in character, she has trust in him,
Not wrong.
but also knows that he is non-mechanical terms exhausted and in no state to be trying to catch a black hole in case it goes poorly. So
Let's do this.
being mechanically speaking hardier than Edelweiss with cold resistance, she's gonna put herself up for it.
And, more trustworthy as you now hear them.
Lars will wait just as Kenna is about to throw out the
Yeah,
the
Nikolai has the bag to Kenna, by the way. He still has the bag.
Right, no, I'm sorry, I can't really think of anything, but Lars will lean around like a slight corner and go, "You can do it!" And and that's my bardic inspiration.
Wow.
I couldn't think of anything, I'm sorry.
Don't die!
You can do it!
Oh,
Every time you
that's so
do
good.
it, they're away.
That's so good.
You got 10 minutes.
I've got 10 whole minutes.
10 times.
Astounding. Alright. I'm fucking nervous. Sorry. I'm super nervous. Nikolai, this is how you get me killed.
Oh, I was gonna touch it.
Can I reduce to a paste?
This is entirely you.
Yeah, you weren't gonna touch it after the vision you clearly had was somebody holding it.
I was going to open it on the other side.
This is what Roz was wrong with Sears. If everyone's ready, Kenna just has the bag. I was thinking, wait, how much stuff did we put in the bag? How much stuff is in this bag?
It is empty besides the orb. Nikolai has a picture of that.
No, it's not.
All our shit got jacked.
Yeah, no. You
No,
guys
we
bought
put
a bunch
stuff
of
in.
new stuff the last time you went to town, right before you got kicked out.
Yeah.
Hold on. Wait, Kenna.
Yeah, you guys purposely made a list that you all purchased.
Yeah, no, we put it inside.
Like, so some of you might have taken some of your individual stuff, but I know there was a lot of
I was gonna
redundancy
say,
that was
I'm-
crammed into that bag.
I was gonna say, because I thought people had items in backpacks, but I didn't know what was in this bag.
Not
Put
everything.
stuff in there. Big stuff.
Well, there's like a saddle in there.
No, that should be on the horse.
Well, horse. We don't have horses right now.
I know.
Where are the horses?
We put them in a stable, didn't we? Like I told you.
No,
We stabled
they're
them.
at the fort.
No, we took them back
we
down.
stabled them. Nikolai paid to stable them.
Oh,
Oh, you
But
stabled
yeah.
them in the town that we're now kicked out. Well, I'm kicked
Yeah.
out of.
We'll go back. It's
Yeah.
fine.
I can go.
Yeah.
I can go back in at least.
Maybe we should, like,
party can get them back.
Hey guys,
Ooh,
we should probably
wait,
get it together.
so
It's
Kenna-
late.
So Kenna thinks I remember a problem. It's a D effect. It's a D effect. It's a D effect. Kenna sticks her hand in the bag to grab out
Okay.
the D effect orb.
Well, you know, do me your least favorite thing ever. Roll D100.
Can I?
Kenna
cast Future
Kenna
Insight on
remembers.
myself when I see her reach in?
Kenna remembers one of the problems was we couldn't actually pick it out of the bag because we didn't know
Know what it was.
what item it was. Yeah.
But
Oh, a D100. Okay.
this is an action. When I see her reach her hand,
Okay.
can I cast that on
Alright.
myself?
Single
You can cast it
single
after-
digit was a
you can cast it
9.
after Kenna's done it.
Single digit.
Okay.
Single
nine.
digit 9.
Double digit 9. Come
Oh,
on.
99. Where's my phone?
Crazy.
What the heck is Hargy's dice? So anyway.
Some
I
people's
don't even
character
think my
dice
bad
really
luck-
like their characters. And other people's character dice just don't give a damn about their character.
Yeah.
That's all I've.
Looking at my set right now. Apparently, I haven't made the right character for these dice.
You at least you've gotten a D100 or two.
Yeah.
I haven't gotten one.
Well, that'll change eventually.
You crazy.
I like. Oh yeah, plus whatever the bardic inspiration. Oh, I can't use it on D100s. That's
no,
right.
you cannot.
I just like how I like how the Lars's meme. Wait, no, it's him trying to get through the bushes.
So accurate.
Pictures
Hey.
uploading.
Hey, I'm always scouring for gifts to share. 99.
No,
Bruh.
I just thought of the worst joke. Oh no.
If you cast Find Steed under a person, do they get put in the spectral force, or do they get put?
The fact that you're capable of riding it means it would not be someone would not be summoned inside of it. They would be put underneath.
Good to know.
Oh my god. Wait, summon in a ship. Can I mount the cannon?
Depends on how you mount it.
So, Kyle, you were doing a thing?
Yeah, she
Oh.
reached into the bag and it's like, it's a D effect. It's a D effect. And then goes to grab the known gravitational changing orb of cold D effect item.
Yup.
These are all of the things that she knows about it. Those are all of the things that she knows about it.
Yeah, and you're thinking about it real hard. Your hand goes into the extra dimensional space of the bag. You think and you think and you think and you think. And there is a long moment where you begin to feel the tips of your fingers start to grow very cold. And you feel a weight fall into the palm of your hand. Before you can retrieve it, you feel a tingling that rushes up your arm. It's you ever had a chill in your spine start another part of your body and then work its way there?
Mm-hmm.
It's exactly like that, but it starts from your fingertips down into your palm, through your wrist, forearm, upper arm, eventually into your shoulder blades, up into the neck, up into the head. This chill just getting deeper and deeper into your bones. And then, Kenna, there's just a voice. It sounds very distant. And you just hear, Thrix. And you can retrieve the orb.
It sounds like what now?
I've put it in the roll 20.
I'm not
Slowly pulls the orb out, holds it with the one hand. Do I need to make any kind of like holding check?
Not right now.
Okay.
The longer you hold it, the more likely.
What kind of? So I'm feeling this chill.
Yep.
What?
Very cool.
You said it's like is it
like-
more? So it's more like it's super windy, cold, and the humidity is making everything bite through cold winter clothing in real life. Like how you just can't, no
It's
matter
like-
what you have, you're cold.
It's like dipping your hand into a frozen lake.
Okay, so it's
Which
not like the
comparatively-
tingling.
Yeah, which comparatively, no, that was just a moment.
Okay.
It right now, yeah, it feels like dipping your hand into a frozen lake, which comparatively for you isn't as bad due to your heritage. For any of the other ones here, they'd probably be experiencing the first signs of frostbite very shortly.
So I'm just kind of holding the orb. I have the bag still right beneath it. Her arm is at like a straight, right angle. I look at it and I stare into it. And then I look up at the party and I look at Nikolai. Well, it worked.
In Kenna's hand is the same orb you've seen before, although it has been quite some time since you've last seen it. It is glowing much more dully than it was previously. But the temperature in the room has dropped. The slight amount of condensation on the walls have begun to freeze. And while there is no noticeable change, walking feels like it takes just a tiny bit more effort than it normally does.
Yeah, while holding it, she doesn't even like move besides how like picking it up to her and keeping the right angle. Bad news though. Definitely not something that should be held.
Oh God!
He's
Try not to hold it out too long.
putting on gloves as you say that, like. What?
That wasn't.
So I am acclimated to this type of temperature, and it's starting to hurt.
Ah. Good research notes. Starts walking forward.
And yep, it's getting worse. She's gonna hold it until she thinks that she's taking cold damage.
Noted. You think you have a couple of minutes. What is
Gwen
being
takes
done?
the kettle off the fire as she walks over.
Great, we got it out of the bag. Now what do we do?
Gloves on.
Nicola, if you're going to touch it to identify it, you can, but you are not taking it out of my hand.
Whatever. It's fine. Walks forward.
I'm gonna try and
Okay.
think and try to speak back to it.
Okay.
So
What do
in
you
her brain only, she thinks Thrix. Who are you?
There is no response.
Yeah, she figures it's just like this element. Nikolai's gonna try and do his things. If I can ready a reaction the moment I take damage, I'm going to put it in the bag.
Okay.
No matter what Nikolai's doing.
Okay. Speaking of what Nikolai's
So
doing,
she'll warn him. You have maybe more than a minute.
I only need a minute.
hey, cast identify. Nikolai, you know... Well, maybe you don't anymore. Roll D100.
Yep. Come on.
I
The
believe
one.
in you, music.
The one.
Oh, nice.
Oh no! What have you done?
Nothing to you, Kenna. Don't worry.
This orb. This orb. Never.
What did he get?
Never.
He rolled a
I rolled
2. He rolled a 2.
I roll a 99 and you roll a 2. What is this?
Yes.
Balance.
Yes. Because my D100s don't work for me.
It's because they're digital. That's your problem.
Dishonor.
They're not Nikolai's dice. That's your
That's
issue.
not his fault. That's all he can work with right now.
Dishonor.
Nikolai, you place your hands onto the orb, and for the minute you cast Identify. Like before, you feel already an overwhelming rush of information that is so great you cannot decipher any of it as it's coming to you. But you're still receiving it. And suddenly it seems to quadruple. And then from there, it seems to double, and then double, and then double, and then double, and then double. And suddenly, you have a moment of existential non-existence, where the cave around you doesn't exist, you as a person don't exist, the concept of what you were trying to do doesn't exist. You blank out. You as a person for a moment cease to exist. Please roll a Constitution saving throw, Nikolai.
Oh no.
Look. Give me
Yeah.
1 second. Okay, I can do that.
Do it. Should have saved my you can do it for someone else.
Is he showing any signs of like physical distress?
I am going to add my future insight onto that to make that a 16.
Okay. You fail.
Is he showing any signs of physical distress?
No, because this is happening all over the course of literally less than a second.
Good. to know.
Question. Because he knows he failed, could he try to re-roll if he wanted?
He could have,
Oh,
but now he knows what the result is.
yeah.
Oh, I thought you
Yeah.
could only re-roll if you failed.
You know,
That is
that rule,
the wording.
yeah. Well, you know, you could.
Sorry to be that guy.
No, you're right. You're right. I still have been needing to
But
address
this
it,
is gonna
and I still
probably happen
haven't.
to him.
I shall. 13 plus 6? 19?
19.
19?
Still fails.
It still fails.
But do you,
What?
Yeah.
I can only spend 1 inspiration point on 1 roll, right?
You
Or
could.
can I spend this?
Yeah.
Just remember, it replaces your 13. You keep the original roll. So if you were to re-roll,
Yeah.
the 13 goes, and you're stuck with the 10 in whatever you roll. Granted, to this point, you know, it's not like there could be a consequence for rolling more than a certain number below the total DC, right?
Oh, this is him trying to bait all your
Wow.
inspiration points out.
This is entrapment.
No, it's not. This is actually
No,
me trying to save Nikolai's life. Because, like, for instance, drought poison.
No. Oh, he has 2
when
points
you
of exhaustion.
fail its DC
Oh, no.
I have 1.
by more than a certain amount, it has an additional effect. So if Nikolai, for instance, rolls and fails the DC by more than a certain effect, it'll have a greater negative impact upon Nikolai.
Um,
The
This
the
is-
19 failure couldn't be that much lower than the DC. Oh, did he roll?
I
Did
think
you
it's
roll?
either a 20
rolled
or a
it.
He rolled
25.
it.
no, that's for another thing.
Oh.
It's one of the hold on, something I forgot to do when I woke up. a feature of mine.
Kenna grabs artifact out of bag. Nikolai touches artifact, dies. That's how I feel like this is gonna go. That's how I feel like this is going.
It'll be after a minute, but yeah.
Sometimes it just be
So-
though.
I will not roll again. I will save this
He's taking a
one point
19.
for possible death saving
Yeah.
throws.
Death saving throws? Yeah. Reroll a death saving throw. Oh wait, I think you can only yeah. Alright, he's taking the 19 die. What's happening?
Oh, he's not rerolling. Okay.
The biggest fuck around and find it, yeah.
It is. It really is. Well, hang on. Now I'm going to go back to rolling my dice like I was previously. Give me a moment.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Let me figure out what that number was.
And to think, I offered Nikolai an easy way out by just shooting him if he was going to ever be in trouble.
This is why you don't roll twos.
Turns out Lars has contracts against the whole party, but he's just gonna mercy kill all of us.
Greatest assassin.
Okay. First of all, the bad news is when you roll a d12 and you roll an 11, and I'm only rolling d10s, that feature doesn't help you in this instance.
Okay.
Fun fact, I'm rolling d10s, and I rolled several of them, and you take 58 points of damage. Psychic damage. Likewise, and this is the scary part. You know, it's really funny that you had 1 level of exhaustion because you immediately suffer 4 more.
So he's at
By the
exhaustion.
way,
Yes.
So he-
something
Okay.
more important.
Uh,
Something more important.
minor spoiler. Had you failed it by more than 5, it would have instantaneously killed you.
That's
Okay.
take the
Okay.
19. Take the 19.
Well, no. Here's the thing.
Oh, he's got it. It's not changing now.
Yeah. That's what I meant. Like, that's what I was trying to
I
say.
can't remember. Do you have massive damage of if you double someone's health, they die? Because we have exceeded that threshold by 6.
Yes, there are massive damage rolls that exist.
Yes. Nikolai took more than double his health and damage. With 4 points. With 5 points of exhaustion total now.
Well, this is a really good time to ask anybody, given that we're in the literal last 5 minutes of the game. Does anyone have any abilities or anything that might, get in there, champ?
Considering de-hungering is what
I'm
my
talking about-
Can
consideration.
heal.
Before that, I mean, I'm talking like snappy reaction-based things.
I'm gonna say, dude, does he go unconscious immediately?
If there was a no to that question I just asked, which is, does anyone have any reaction-based things that might help?
No.
Because if the answer is no, then
It depends if I am able to take the ready to action reaction to drop the ball in the bag and instead hit him with healing hand.
not now. No. Had it been
Okay.
before his identify, I would have taken it. But since everything's
Okay.
already unfolded, no. All right. In which case, what happens is, man, you guys are all gonna hate me for this. What I'm about to do. What happens is.
Oh, he dies.
Oh, I mean, no, yeah, that's not why you're gonna hate me. I feel like that's pretty obvious at this point. What happens
Oh, no,
is,
it is.
Nikolai places his hands on the orb for the minute. You slowly watch as small crystalline frost grows across the tips of his gloves onto his hands. Nikolai, your hands begin to chill and shake, and you're starting to lose bits of sensation on the insides of your hands. But you manage to push through for the minute. The information rushes and floods your mind. Whispers.
I see.
An ocean, tidal wave, tsunami of information hitting you all at once. Everyone watching on the outside, it is almost to the minute exact. When he puts his hands on it and the minute finishes, you watch as Nikolai collapses to the floor and blood gushes from his nose, mouth, ears, and eyes in an amount that is beyond reasonable. And he hits the ground and does not move. And that's what we're going to pick up next week.
I hate this.
Can I do 100?
Next week.
An idea.
Next week. I mean, if you guys want to roll them now to see if you guys get a cool number so I can do something with it next week, yes, but
Yes.
unlike last time, you will not be able to change it. Even if you don't end up using it, it's stuck.
I'm not. My one question: when he fucking just falls unconscious, expecting to have to drop the, if I couldn't heal him, expecting to drop that orb into the bag, can I do that when he starts just fucking falls out of my hand?
Given you got the orb in the
I
bag.
was waiting to take. I was waiting to take damage, and since I never took damage, the moment he would have dropped, I would have just tilted my hand and dropped it into the bag because I had that bag underneath it.
Yeah, and that you were waiting for, so that's okay.
Yeah.
Gwen is right there.
So yeah.
She would have tried to catch him as he was falling.
We're dealing with that next week. All that next week.
Yeah.
I just need to know right now, from anyone in the cave, if you want to commit your D100 roll to this. This is a yes, and if you do, you can, even if you don't use it next week, it is consumed.
I will
you have to roll it before we leave.
From a character standpoint, from Mordehai's point of view, I don't think there's much he could do, so there's no point me rolling a D100.
I have an idea of what I would invoke the D100 on, so I would roll it. It seems like enough shock to roll it. Owl, do you want to roll it?
If Kenna rolls a D100, it's because his body is getting incinerated.
It's burial rights at that point.
I kind of want to
that's I'm not gonna roll mine.
I want to know just cause I want to know if Owl wants it, just because I want to know if I'm being joined.
I am going to sit on this one. I'm probably going to do it next week, but I have to frame it correctly because I have thoughts.
I have an idea of how to frame this already, so I'm gonna roll it. I'm gonna hate if I get a low number because I want to scream, but I'm gonna be honest.
This is sometimes how it falls. But hit me.
Not a super low number, not a number that's gonna do anything. That's an 18.
That's
very low.
That's
very low.
Yeah,
just
but
like
it's
his
not
chances of
danger,
survival.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's not gonna do
I'm
anything,
gonna roll.
Dyer. You said that 18 doesn't.
Oh, I know.
Please.
I'm sticking to it.
Dyer, I'm gonna roll.
Okay, good.
Okay.
As he's falling, I'm gonna catch him, and there's a pouch around my neck that's full of like little bits and bobs and shit from back home, right? And like some dirt and pine needles, and I just take that out and I just empty it into my hand and I press it into his chest and I just say, I gave you up to protect them. Now let me trade it again. Let me turn it around.
I'm gonna warn you. You need a 100 for this to work.
Okay.
There's no other number. If you had picked literally anything else, it would be different. There'd be a scale. This is a 100 and nothing.
All right. Come here, dice. Come here.
I'm trying to siphon my luck to you.
Thank you.
I believe in Owl. Even if it might not happen, I believe in her.
That's talked. Need a rolling surface.
You really do. Get a box. Nope.
Okay, that's a 0 for the 1 for the 10.
It does not look like 100 face.
Wait, what?
No. Don't.
No.
Raise your hands. Raise your hands back up. Raise your hands
Where's
back
those
up.
pictures
at?
at?
Yeah. Get your phone.
0.
Get your.
Are you
Oh,
serious?
see it.
No.
Wait. Owl, for real?
No.
I will be
Take a
honest.
I'm sending you pictures.
Yeah, you
I'm
better
sending
be.
you pictures.
Oh.
You have to put this in the stream, by the way, Dyer. Don't forget.
Oh.
Owl, you are my friend. I love you.
The
Hi.
dice, the steel, the luck steel, it came into effect.
Owl.
Okay.
Owl.
I
Oh,
will
no.
admit, I rolled them over here on the side and I moved them in front of my computer, so that's why they're right next to each other. I'll roll
It's
it
fine.
again if you want me
No,
to.
it's fine. No, I have. Owl, you have never given me a reason to distrust you, and I'm not going to randomly stop.
Reminder to anyone who
I'm just
doesn't
so
know, and
concerned now
everyone
because
watching,
if you're
Owl has already saved. We're using the same character, Music's character, before rolling a really high number, in a very similar fashion.
It was a 98 last time.
It was an 80 something or 90 something.
88
It was
or
really
98.
high, and we
Granted,
absolutely lost it.
This is way different because before it was just like, I'm gonna cut my wrists and revive you by killing
Yeah.
myself. This is, I'm gonna cram a bunch of pine needles and
Yeah.
dirt into his chest
yeah.
and magic.
It's
Oh.
Narratively speaking, a little less cool.
My-
but yeah.
I love that it's gonna happen, but also super concerned because in order to get me, you went full Wolfie and denounced your basically this background that you have for religion, and you just fucking 180'd it. And I can only imagine what's going to happen to your werewolf abilities.
Yeah, there's some stuff. There is so much stuff.
Owl likes consequences, but Owl cares about saving characters even more.
I love my friends. I love consequences for my actions.
I'm almost glad I failed just because we got 100 out of that.
Oh no!
By the way, Owl, we as players, we need to get the couple shirt. I get us into trouble, I get us out of trouble, because that's always gonna fucking happen.
Oh
I
god.
fall into rivers. I cut my wrists to save my drowned friends.
Wow, okay, what a fun way to end the session this week.
I,
Hi, Congo.
I'm so sorry, guys.
Emergency doggo. Emergency
Okay.
doggo.
I'm so nervous.
Me too.
I'm very nervous as well.
And I run the game.
Yeah, me.
And Dyer's gonna have
Too.
fun this week.
What did
That's
I
a word
do?
for it.
Can I
Well,
get a second character?
before we get out of hand, I'm going to be contacting you later, Owl. There's a little bit of discussion we have to have. Mostly things I'm telling you about stuff that'll be happening, so you're aware because it's your character and that's important.
I'm gonna die.
He's taking all of your
we're gonna
powers
see.
away.
We're gonna see. Otherwise, before we really get out of hand, that's the end of the stream today, guys. Woo! What a cliffhanger. Twice. So that's really cool. Man, next week is going to be a hell of a session. Show up for it. It's going to be great. As always, thanks for watching. To you guys, thanks for playing. Game tomorrow, 7 a.m. PST, Orphaned Honor. My Friday game, now officially streaming. The Convergence campaign, my first campaign ever. Fridays at 7:30-ish PST. PM, not AM, like Wednesday. And then next week here, Tuesday, to see the outcome of whatever just happened here.
Stay toasty.
Oh,
Don't say the word. Don't say the ending. Gotta.
Say it. You say it.
No, we're not talking about cold stuff anymore. Not after this.
Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
stay frosty.
No!
Yeah!
No!